Instead of trying to renumber it, I'll just make a motion to address item in certain spot so that it's not.
Say move public works to 5.5 and move 50. Hey everybody, so it's now 6 o'clock. So let's begin the meeting, please. So we'll start with the roll call. Kramer is currently absent. Ferguson?
Here.
Koontz here. Harris?
Here.
Shanna is present by phone tonight. Aaron?
Here.
Sorry, Service? All right. So I'd like to thank everybody else for showing up, and it's going to be a great meeting tonight. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Let the record show Linda Kramer just showed up. So she is now currently present.
Thank you.
Okay, consent calendar approval of August 5th, regular meeting minutes. Yes, sir.
Agenda.
Oh, skipped it. Yep. Thanks, Aaron. Getting ahead of myself, folks. Sorry for that. So, review of current agenda items. If you'd like to make a motion, Aaron?
Yeah, I will make a motion to move the public works session, call it 7.5. 5.5, sorry. And item A of new business, call it item 7.5.
Okay. So we're gonna move public works up to after audit FEMA updates, and 15A, the alcohol license discussion after planning and zoning. So, do we have a second for Aaron's motion?
I second that.
Donna seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Okay, on to the consent calendar approval of August 5th regular meeting minutes and the August 13th and August 14th budget meeting minutes. Anyone like to make a motion to approve or amend?
I make a motion to approve the minutes as read, or as
Found in the packet.
in the packet.
Okay, Donna makes a motion.
I'll second that motion.
Linda seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, if there's any conflict of interest amongst any of the board members for any of the items we're going to discuss tonight, please disclose that. Okay, on to the town and FEMA updates. I see Joan out there. Would you like to present, Joan?
Sure.
Great.
So we received an email from Jim Coppin with State Emergency Management saying that he has approved our generator grant. But it now moves to FEMA. They also have to approve it. And we know how that's gone this past year. It could change at any time. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed that that works. I mean, we have been trying for years to get one generator, and if we get this grant, it will give us 6. So we'll cover the town hall, the pump house, and the wells, along with the booster station. And very excited about it. I think the other thing for those of you that maybe didn't actually read the grant, one interesting especially interesting thing about this, if we can get it, especially for town hall, is that our basement is the emergency management shelter for Hermosa. And according to the 2020 census, we have 28% of the people that live here are over 65. 15% of those live in poverty, and 10 of them percent live with a disability. If the power's out in town, that we shut the grid down here. Those people with disabilities or who are in need of oxygen or even just air can come to the basement. And it will be available for them. And I think that will be wonderful. So we will, I don't know exactly how long it'll be before we hear from FEMA, but you know, it won't be less than a month. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed on that. And if you don't mind if I take an extra minute, I did want to thank the board. I know that the town is growing and you needed the space downstairs that Black Hills Recovery has occupied. And we're just thankful that you gave us another space that we can use for storage. I know some of you newer members probably have no idea what Black Hills Recovery really is, but it's a nonprofit that we organized in 2007, directly after the flood issues that we had here. We helped raise money, and we used that to help the citizens get their mechanicals back and things like that as much as we could before winter. I think approximately $55,000 was raised for that. After that, when people were back in their homes, continuing to raise money, we raised $68,000 for the drainage master plan, which is called the Purpose Study, which was used extensively in the brick grant that you now have and are working on. So that has, even though we couldn't find a solution, it has helped in other areas. All through our years, our main mission has been to provide short-term relief for our small area here, Eastern Custer County, on national disasters of whichever kind, and education. Hopefully some of that education, you know, will, we have generally directed towards children, but we have had several seminars for adults also. And we donated a semi-load to Rosebud one year. We've had shelter operations, we've had first aid, we've had identity theft for adults. Along with, we have one on drugs for adults also. We have an annual scholarship that we started in 2010 and still do for $500 for a graduating senior. This year and one other year, we had a tie, so we awarded both students versus throwing a name in the hat or something. We also found a neighborhood watch, which is at this time pretty dormant, but we did start that in 2018. At that time, it was one of the education things. We had a lot of speakers with the police department and whatnot. From 2009 to 2015, we had a Safety Saturday Fair for children every year, which was education on preventing injuries, traffic, bicycling. Each of those also included bicycle rodeo. In 2013, we had Save Our Farm Youth for the children to learn about the hazards on the farm. More especially for those children visiting a farm. I mean, this was kind of common knowledge to kids who grew up on a ranch or a farm, but for our city kids, it's not. In 2012, we started a newsletter trying to just connect our community with local events. Since 2009, we have sponsored the Hermosa Walk to School Day every year. And in 20 through 23, we held a program called Learn a Bike program, teaching children the rules of the road and how to make sure the bicycle is in good shape and safe to ride. And those that completed that program were awarded a bicycle and helmet. So I just wanted you to know a little bit about what we do because we aren't real loud about it, but we do something just about every year for someone in our community. And I especially wanted to thank you for allowing us some storage room. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joan. Quite a bit of things Black Hills Recovery has been up.
It's something we've been active for a lot of years, but I guess we're just not real loud about it.
Yeah, no, that's great. I appreciate you letting us know. Okay, so now we're on to, if you recognize, we're on to Public Works now as part of our shifting around the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. So I think Aaron is gonna start with the cumulative plan for the streets.
Yeah, I didn't expect to get that quick, but. So. Been focusing pretty heavy in learning about the history of the streets, what's going on right now. But to get started, I mean, it's fair to say streets in the town are probably, as far as citizens concerned, a very, very high priority. It's something we really need to start putting a plan together on. Once I mapped it out, we're kind of split between gravel and asphalt, fairly evenly by length. Fortunately, all our main channels are all asphalt. But the peripheral roads still remain gravel and they can be a little tough. And then there's some particularly rough areas that we need attention. But I kind of started looking over what's been done, what to do in the future, and kind of put together an identification list of what we have right now. Again, pretty evenly split on gravel versus asphalt. The mixed material loop around the school is a big one that hopefully we'll be able to look at a grant next year to address. But it goes asphalt, gravel, asphalt, and hopefully we'll get to a point where we have a plan to resolve that. But just kind of looking at the history, a lot of the road maintenance over time has been done largely volunteer, and that's largely appreciated. But as the town grows, we kind of need to move and integrate a more structured approach to road maintenance and kind of get everything standardized to pretty much what's the industry standards are of today. So that's kind of the goal right now, is to put together a plan to do that. So this is kind of the history of how things have kind of been done. And the only real changes is just more structured oversight, structured inspections. For example, every gravel road should have a timed inspection frequency to where we go out and look and check for potholes and so on. The same with asphalt. Some actual practices need to be scheduled, like crack sealing and other forms of maintenance. But the goal isn't to completely do away with how things have been done, but just to try to get it to where it's going to be able to sustain us more into the future, because the everything's gotten so much more expensive now. Some of the older practices, chip sealing is so cost prohibitive now. We can't really just do chip sealing on every road every year. There was a time when that was kind of the way you could build roads, but the cost is just astronomical to try to build a road through that practice. So just kind of moving forward. Number one is, I don't think it'll surprise anybody, the biggest reason our roads are kind of getting whacked is the drainage in town has major issues. We have ditches that need to be redug. We have culverts that are clogged. We have, plenty to go on there. But here's kind of like, so this is just an example of something that's already been done. Is for any of you who've been down North Second, that new strip of asphalt. It doesn't look like much, but that's 4 inch thick asphalt. That's the thickest asphalt as far as the roads that the town owns. That's the thickest we've got right now, and that should last forever. And that's gonna be a practice that I'd like to start utilizing in other places throughout the town to actually really formally rebuild the asphalt. And that was very, very cheap. It was about $6,700 to do that asphalt work. And that road is now one of the nicest asphalt roads, from one of the worst to one of the nicest asphalt roads in town. When chip sealing is kind of the historical practice we've been done, but it's just so cost prohibitive right now. The quote we got to do most of the roads in town initially was about $70,000. We managed to, through another supplier, get a quote down to about $52,000. But that's like 90% of our street budget just for chip sealing. So we pretty much won't be able to do that this year. Again, moving into edge loss, it just really doesn't hold up on the edge loss. We're already starting to see that that's a problem. The chip seal doesn't really hold up where the edges are no good. So going back to like the work that was done on North Second, before we're gonna chip seal, we need the asphalt to be structured enough so that it holds a good chip seal. So moving on, gravel is rough. So the dust is a big headache for a lot of people. It really has mostly been volunteer work supporting it over the years. Dan Hallsworth has been covering that. But now we're moving forward. We're looking at possible magnesium chloride, and now the quote comes through and it would consume 100% of the remaining street budget for the year. So that's just very completely cost prohibitive. The Millings loop down on the McDermott Street needs to be addressed. And really, there's a lot of places where things need to be reshaped and for both safety and appearance, but obviously mostly safety. So just kind of going into, I put together some phases that I'd like to work into. And the first thing is major drainage issues. There's no point in doing much work on a road with major drainage issues until the drainage has been resolved. Otherwise, we're kind of just throwing good money after that. Once we get some, that's the Whitney Street when it floods, and it basically becomes a lake. But then other phase two, so this is an example of something that's already been corrected. This is the west side of North Second before they came in and did the asphalt work. There was this big gully there. As it turns out, all of that water flow was the result of, there was a big gravel pile here that was blocking this ditch. So while the Dakota guys were out here, they scraped it away with their skid steer, and sure enough, no more drainage issues. And then they went ahead and filled it in. And that's the road. So this is what it was before. That was about 3 feet wide, pretty much most of the length of the road. They put 4 inches of asphalt there. And then this, they just kind of, they didn't even ask for more money, did they, Terry? Yeah, so that's extra millions. They did that for free, the east side. So it doesn't look as great, but it's a solid road surface now. So that's like the first test bed with that company. They showed that they can do really good work. They did all of that in a day. So very impressive. And then moving on to long-term asphalt maintenance, we start with the cold patching. Some of you noticed we were doing that a few months ago, the UPM cold patching. Step after that is crack sealing. And this is a big one that we don't do yet and we need to implement, I think, is crack sealing. Those are you've got to create a moisture barrier. Otherwise, once water gets under the road, then you get the potholes. And then once you have a stable road surface built, that's when you go into patch sealing and chip sealing. And I think that's it. Next step, and I'm going to end with a motion, so bear with me. But the next step is gravel now. I want gravel to be my focus. So the gullies, I got riprap. This is what we're going to start using to fill our gravel ravines. Using 3/4 stone, you fill it up, it washes right back out. You fill it up, it washes right back out. We pack it full of riprap, get a tamper in there, really pack it down, and then put gravel over top of it. We've got a solid gravel road surface again. And as we go through that, we'll deal with drainage and other issues. So I would end with a motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to stockpile 30 tons of riprap. Or Chuck, how much was that we got already? Sorry. How much was that pile we got? 13. So I want, yes, 30 tons of riprap and equivalent loads of gravel at the site identified for material stockpile.
So 30 tons riprap, 15 of gravel,
30 each.
30.
Basically 2 loads of each.
What's the approximate cost, do you think?
Chuck, was that what you said? Like we haven't gotten the numbers. It was like 400. You don't know yet. No idea yet, but it's like a load of gravel. I'll put the budget of 2,500.
Okay, Aaron made a motion. Does anyone want a second?
I'll second it.
On a second. Okay, discussion. Anyone want to begin the discussion? I think Aaron did a decent presentation on that.
Very good.
Linda?
Where are you getting the gravel at? That would be my first question. Do we know yet? Lean. Okay. Mhm. And is that the cheapest place it can be found at this point, or?
Undisputed in main paths, the best route.
The best route?
Oh.
Okay.
Might save dollar here and there, but the quality of the rock is much better.
Okay, so that counts for a lot, thank you. And then who's going to be doing the work?
It can be probably a combination of, and maybe myself, who decides to work on.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of historically volunteering has been a big part of this.
Mhm.
Like right now, I'm kind of thinking I could take the toolbox out of my truck, tarp it, and he can dump a bucket of this and I can just go start getting to work. We volunteered to build the roads and gravel is something that's, I think it's, maybe we could find other people who are interested. I mean, we can do a volunteer list. Get people to connect and build like a small team that can go out and knock out little gravel patches, but everything from the ravines that are, so we want to fill this
Mhm,
up to about 4 inches below the surface and pack that,
mhm,
and then put the 3/4 on top of it. So it's as if it never had that gully.
mhm.
We need to redig a lot of ditches. We need to clear out a lot of culverts. There's a lot of manual labor.
Mhm.
And I think the list of folks who would be interested in volunteering is something we can consider.
Okay, all right, Chuck.
We'd also look into, tack oil. If that, Simon's also. And, that helps mine the stuff together and waterproof it down.
Okay,
You can get it 5 gallon buckets. About $2 a gallon. Helps seal. And mine is help together. It's the same stuff they use on chip and seal. Pines and gravel, whatever together. But it creates a moisture barrier. It's the worst problem with gravel roads is when the moisture gets beneath the first crust, then it softens the material. Comes out, so when you put it down, you gotta have some kind of sealer on it that repels water.
okay, thanks, Chuck. Is there any other comments on the motion on the floor of 30 tons riprap, 35 tons of gravel with a $2,500 budget? Linda,
You had mentioned, okay,
your next chance.
you had mentioned that it was too far for the budget for anything else on your list, but that you wanted to do the gravel and stuff. So how much is left in the street maintenance for the
Should be
4.5 months?
should be about 37 spent, yeah, 56 budget. It's
19?
low 20s, I think. High teens, low 20s. With yeah, so we have 19,000 left, and we do definitely before winter need to do the gravel roads, and that's like the last. This would be the last big thing this year, I think.
And does that street budget, does that also include the plowing? If we get,
So we need, and there was
So we
something about
need to
street
leave-
lights. Yeah, we need to leave it up.
and the street lights. So that's not, my point here is just so that you all know that that amount is not just for paving or bettering the roads. It also is for the plowing and street lights and stuff, so, okay? Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, okay, Shannon had a question.
Here's my question. Last meeting, I did try to get the board to purchase some, 3/4 base gravel. And this motion is to buy those 2 loads of stuff and figure out if I understand correctly. And the motion is just to stockpile it, and then it's not a decision of who's to spread it or to do what. And I guess is to Aaron, why are you against, when you say opening it up to other people who are interested? I don't see a problem with that, but given Dan's history and volunteering and not submitting bills and what's best for the town financially to continue that, why are you against it?
Me?
going that route?
This is just the material. This has nothing to do with anything but acquiring the material that's needed in order to properly repair the roads. That has nothing to do with who's gonna be doing the work. That's something we can negotiate.
Okay. Did you hear that, Shannon?
Not really. Does that mean Dan will still have access to it to continue his volunteer work that we already previously?
I think so, right? It's the town stockpile.
Yeah, as long as, like, so part of the plan moving forward is we need to have an identification of what's being done, where. We need to have the work orders produced, we need to have things tracked, we need to know that, all right, this is a ditch that, or this is a washout that needs to be repaired, we're gonna identify it, get the work order, so that we can have that consistency. So,
We've always had that oversight and control that you're wanting, because he's always submitted the plans prior to doing that. So that doesn't really answer my question, I guess.
Okay, but I guess the answer is that people that are going to be working on the streets will have access to the stockpile, but we'll have to do it in a more orderly fashion going
Yeah.
forward.
yeah, just like, all right, this is what it's gonna be, we're gonna go get a load to do this, gonna get a load to do that, I mean, most of the bigger stuff in town can be done with two guys with pickup trucks, one with a truck full of gravel, the other with a truck full of riprap, and just go out with a couple of shovels and bang it out.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you, Jana. I know Mark had a question, and then I think I see Jerry's hand back there.
This is a good idea, but like the gravel going down in front of the school. You've all seen it, you've driven over it. When it rains, there's a 6-inch trench running down that road.
Mhm.
If you're gonna formulate a plan, we should. Putting an adequate crown on the roads is really, until you do that, nothing is ever gonna be permanent with roads, not even a good base to start with.
Right.
Until the roads get some reshaping and actually have some substance underneath them. So I just hope going forward that you formulate a plan, everybody follows that plan, and you get consistency in the roads instead of having washouts. But the crown is probably the most important part of proper drainage in a road, or you end up with a hole in mud.
Yeah.
So I'd just like to see a real organized, where everybody does things the same way.
Mhm.
And then there can be no question.
All right, thank you, Mark. Did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, that's a great point that I just left out, because Fairgrounds is a great example of one that needs a proper crown. There are several throughout town that just don't have a crown at all, so when they get wet, they stay wet. But that's a matter of rebuilding the road base in some areas, stripping in others. But the crown is, and a proper crown can't just be built with 3/4 stone either. You're not just gonna dump 3/4 stone on it and get a crowned road. It's gonna move around. This is road base. This is how you build a gravel road, this and then a gravel on top of it. So yeah, it's gonna be a slow process as money becomes more available, but that is a major directive, is to get properly crowned drainage gravel roads.
Okay, Jerry?
Yes, Mark covered the crown area very well. I was going to talk about that. You did that very well. There's going to be places where we're going to have to put that riprap in, and just as an example, just on the, I think it's Third Street, just on the other side of the town office, where that is closer to the ditch. After you widen that out some, dig it out, and then put that bigger rock in it, you don't, as long as it's in the ditch, not with a driving street, you don't want to put regular gravel back on top of it.
Maintain the drainage flow, like the active drainage.
You turn it into actually the drainage instead of, and then the next item I wanted to cover, I just want to say thank you, Aaron. That was very good, very professional. I was responsible for those guys.
Thanks, Jerry. Yep. All right, you have another comment, Shannon, or question?
Question, how will the street department or what authority, how will we go about distributing this gravel? Given the street committee's authority or the board's authority. For instance, you know, with current volunteers, we have them added on our insurance because of that.
No, we don't.
And I want to know, is the street committee have the authority to hire somebody to use that gravel before we're spending money in our street fund for the labor portion of it, or will that come back to the board? And
Aaron,
future volunteers that are currently not on our insurance before they get the gravel and use it.
okay, Aaron, would you like to answer that? Do you know the answers to that?
Just only one thing is, as it stands right now with the contract with, Ferguson Construction is they have a deployable budget of, I think for water and sewer is it up to about 3,000. Basically, they have an agreement to, be able to operate and do work on water and sewer. And I'd like a stipulation in that contract for emergency road repair also. So if there's a sudden event and we get some washout, we can deploy them and being, you know, that they're always here, they're always ready to go. We'd have an emergency response, but I need that. That's, other than that, there's nothing else definite right now. This is just acquisition of material to, make sure we have what we need to start with.
We want the authority to allow Ferguson to do emergency work that will cost additional funds out of the street fund, is that correct?
That's, he is floating that as a possible idea going forward. Because it doesn't exist in that contract currently.
I just want to know the board will have control over the gravel that we purchase of how it gets distributed and cost wise.
Linda?
So basically what was said about having a work order for each thing, each spot in the road, every, you know, every block, every, north, south, east or west direction. So everything that you do, even though you are volunteering your time, there'll be a work order written up for it. And it'll be checked off the list and you'll put in your work order when you're done with it that you used, whatever, a quarter of a truckload of, riprap or whatever.
Yep, and in Silversmith, that, I had Anthony, put in the overlays of the road, so there are segments of, in Silversmith, the roads are all broken into segments, so if a particular section of the road has potholes, and they were patched last week, we'll get to the point where you click that road and you can see the work orders and, oh, look at that, that's what the pothole was before it was fixed, this is what it's after. And it's all in the history of the town, and, yeah, so it'll all be, I have like 70 photos I still need to
Upload, okay, all right. And, in doing that, then you'll put the volunteers down who worked on that.
Yeah,
And so, the rest of the town knows, anybody can be a volunteer for the town of Hermosa. We just need it recorded and a paper signed on that, so that you would be covered for, any insurances in case, God help us, something happens, you know. But anybody can be, so, if you want to work with Aaron, please come up and, have Terry get the paperwork for you to fill out and sign. And, then we'll have those for the records and, for legal purposes, so. Okay.
Okay, I see two hands. I know that we're kind of going long on this one, so if you guys have comments or questions only on the motion on the floor regarding the 30 tons riprap, 30 tons gravel with the budget of 2,500, then I'd like to stick to that. No? Was your comment on that, ma'am?
Just on the permission, like, if there is one pothole in your road, can we get a bucket without going through all the paperwork, just one bucket and put it in a pothole in front of your house? That's my question. I mean, when one bucket is all, you know, 1 gallon bucket.
So you'd be intending to pull from this pile that we're talking about?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I would think that we'd still have to have a receipt or a recording of that.
Permission.
Yeah, a permission, through the town office, I would guess. So that might be something that we have to set up, but that's a great question.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Aaron, do you have a final comment?
Yeah, no, if, when the more people can identify stuff to me that they want dealt with, the faster I'll get to it.
Okay.
My eyes are only so good and I don't drive all the streets all the time, but if you drive it every day and it's driving you nuts, get my card, tell me about it. I gotta get my email address on the cards too, so you can take pictures, send me a text get my number, take a picture of it, send me a text of it, and I'll be like, all right, that's an issue I gotta go deal with. But now, so we already have the UPM for asphalt, but this stockpile gives us the same repairability for gravel. So we can just as easily go quickly deploy and fix gravel the way we can quickly deploy and fix asphalt potholes.
Okay, thanks. Linda?
The other way is they can get a hold of Terry and tell Terry, and that way it goes right onto the work order list and gets handled properly, so.
Right, yeah, for now.
Yes,
Get the office spun up.
exactly.
Okay, let's go ahead and head to a vote. I'm sure we could all think of things to say about this, but anyways, so the motion on the floor is for 30 tons of riprap, 30 tons of gravel at the total budget of $2,500. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Thanks for your work on that, Aaron.
You're welcome.
So, Public Works B, street light repairs and water and sewer department updates. So I think, do you have anything else for streets?
Oh, we did the fairgrounds, a little bit of patch up right before the fair. Is that in the plans? But the day before the fair, or Friday, fairgrounds was bad enough. I just had Chuck grab, because we had a stockpile, a small stockpile. I just had him grab some gravel and head over there. But other than that, I don't think there's anything else streets lately that I already covered.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Street light repairs. You have any word on that, Chuck?
Sure.
Okay. I see, John's here. Would you like, Deb?
Just so you know, the light is still out down there. On
Okay.
Second Street, and it's pretty dark down there, like we're here now. Didn't
Second Street. Okay, thank you for letting us know. Did you have any water and sewer department updates, Chuck? Then we can move on to John too.
Actually, when we were talking about the light, we do have a couple more that are out. We've been notified to come take care of them. And the water side, consumption is up before the hot weather and fair and everything. But they got quite a bit of water to water the arena and stuff on that. Like listed as bulk water.
Okay.
And there is a independent company come in with doing some graveling. Get the thing they requested water and you can fill out a permit to get the water and sewer side as the battle on the war on the weeds goes on. The loam has had excellent conditions for growing kochia. And main drive motor went out by big brush hog. The parks will be here tomorrow sometime by Speedy. So we get back in there and start hammering on them low again. We will do some spraying along some of the edges. We had excellent growing conditions with the heat and the rain and everything. It's just been awful trying to keep up with all that. Oh, that's, I looked around over there at the lagoon and it appears as though I've gone correctly. Looks like there's about 98% done, I think. I mean,
Yeah.
it looked to me like, the gravel all the surface area. And, worked on some of the needs, not a big job right at the treatment plant itself. Not much room to get in there. Hopefully you can, I get the brush hog repaired, to get in there, knock some of that down. There's gonna be an awful lot of hand work, but it's not the sole rate. It's tough to get knocked down with the handheld weeders. And if you want to spend a couple grand, they make some attachments, so they will do that. Ideal would be government surplus. State, county, so tractors would have their arms and bottom, the guardrail. Be excellent for doing the sides on them, we're doing in areas that are too steep to go. But chances of finding one at the price that we can afford is probably gonna be yellow. So that's all I got. We got open work orders. I got another list of those. Getting away at them slowly but surely. And, Aaron went into the street work and stuff. Repairs on the back truck. I've got some of the numbers in. I'm still waiting for a couple of them from Sioux Falls. Once we get those numbers, then we probably will bring the truck back up to my shop. The motor has to come out to get enough room to get out the clutch and pressure plate and stuff. So I have to clean that out, lift it out back over something to take around to be able to make those repairs. The large suction hose that's on the front. And also, damaged, wore out, whatever you wanna call it. That's enough to get that piece replaced also. When we bought the truck, there were several different size nozzles. And with that, I think they're maybe in a $5 million or something up in Hill City yet. We have to pursue that a little bit. Those nozzles are very expensive. My understanding that they went with truck and a lot of
There was some with it when we brought it back inside the truck, but maybe not all of them.
Okay.
That's it. There I go.
All right. Trina, did you have a,
I just like to ask people to be quiet, because it's really hard here, especially Chuck, no offense, but you're kind of quiet.
all right.
So, and these mics do pick up a lot of chatter, so if you don't want it on the internet, don't say it. I've been surprised how good these mics are. Anyway, not to be too forward, but if we could remain quiet, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I wasn't aware that it was impeding your guys' ability to hear, so we'll just try to keep that in mind going forward. So it looks like Chuck covered a lot of the public works. I think we'll give the some of the sewer updates and the wastewater treatment when we get to engineer in the next section. So I think the next thing to do, since we're waiting on the approval for the cost of the back truck, we're waiting on some quotes for that, so we'll have to table that for now. And then, so we're on to Public Works F, quote for mag chloride. I think that one was in the packet. Eric?
Yeah, so Terry showed me this, that was submitted to us. So yeah, our balance right now is about 19,000 on the streets budget, and that's without anything else at all we need to do with the street lights and everything. So unfortunately, it does not look like a year for mag chloride unless I can poke around and find a price cut the way I found when I started looking at asphalt, folks. But if anything, maybe if we come up with something a little more targeted and very particular streets that really need it, But blanketing the town in Magwater this year doesn't look like financially feasible.
Okay, yeah, there it is in 11F. Towards the back of the packet, since we rearranged the meeting a little bit tonight, for 23,925. So, should we put that to a board vote?
We don't have the money, I don't,
Yeah, just,
Just remove from the,
what I.
or the table, or
I suppose we could table it and leave it, but, I mean, that's like
a lot.
a lot of money. Well, it's not a lot of money. I mean, it's good money, but to be spent, but if you don't have it, you don't have it. So, it's just off the table as far as I'm concerned. And, I wouldn't see that. I have a hard time thinking that that budget will grow enough so that it would be able to be done this year. So I just take it off and hope that we can afford it next year.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I was just trying to get kind of a sense for what the board was thinking on that, so we all in agreement that we should just take it off the agenda and then maybe look at it at a future date. Okay, sounds good. So, let's, I don't recall, do we need a motion to remove that, Ken?
I think last time we did do that.
Okay. All right, I guess, Aaron, you want
I'll make a motion to remove item 11F from the agenda.
to? Okay, Aaron makes a motion, Donna seconds. I don't think there's any further discussion on that. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. Very good. Moving right along to engineer. So, that's where Mr. Burkhart comes in. John, would you like to please stand and introduce yourself to us?
Hello, my name is John Burkhardt. I work with Benish. I'm gonna be helping with water and sewer operations for the town. My resume is, from high school, I've worked at commercial roofing, a family business. I came out to Rapid City, went to school of mines, graduated with an engineering degree. I went on to work as a petroleum engineer in oil in West Texas and Louisiana. I love the Black Hills, so I worked my way back here and worked as a mining engineer up in the Northern Hills. During that time, I got a lot of water and wastewater experience. Then I left and started my own IT company that one of my sons is in the process of taking over. I've kind of done that for 20 years. About 5, 6 years ago, we actually, with another one of my sons, we started a construction company also. So, been keeping that going. And I'm excited to help the town out. For the wastewater plant, the lagoons are pretty much completed. They're in the process of installing one of the panels we've been waiting on, one of the electric and control panels there. To get that done, we are waiting on a big transformer and a couple of the other electric panels for the waste plant. We've had it running. But we've actually stopped it to kind of get some water into some of those lagoons to help protect them. We don't want them sitting empty. So we've been kind of just trickling water in that south lagoon to, protect that bentonite layer that keeps them from leaking. So, the panels are finally shipped too. So I'm expecting them by the end of the week or next week. So we can get that rolling. Any questions for me?
Yes, sir. I was wondering, you talked about water and wastewater. Do you have the licenses to operate your plants?
I do. Yep. I'm licensed with the state. Yep.
And for water and sewer?
Correct.
I want to know that.
Okay, no.
Have they actually started discharging out of the lagoon yet?
We did. We discharged for about a good week and a half. And it went really well. Took a couple tests. And we actually didn't even have to send it through the ultrafiltration. We actually have passed the test so far, so.
So it went into Battle
It
Creek.
went into Battle Creek and it passed the requirements we need from the state, so, yep.
Yeah, and John, real quick, would you like to let everybody know, since we have so many people here, what your involvement was with the treatment plant where it used to be and bringing it down here too?
Yeah, so the treatment plant used to be up in Apple Springs. I don't know if everybody knows where that's at, but it's west of Sturgis. Ran for, I'd say, well, I worked for the previous owner of Apple Springs and I got certified with the state and started running that unit for him. And it probably ran for a good 10 years. They have upgraded to another system, and that's when Anthony was able to find the use for this system here in the town of Hermosa. So I am currently actually running that system up in Apple Springs also. So yeah.
Yeah, so I just would like to point out that he's well qualified to run this system. And then also you were and your company was the one that brought the plant down here
That's
and,
right.
and reconstructed it down here for us.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so he's going to be also tasked with getting it up and running and then carrying on operations through Benish. So I know that I'm really glad that you're on the team and working with us on this, and we can kind of move forward with that project and move on into the future.
One of the really nice things I can add to it is when it was running up there, we had much dirtier water. It wasn't a perfect system up there for this drop off. With the lagoons here in town, it's a much better system to run those RBCs. Also, you guys have this ultra filtration, and like I said, we didn't necessarily need to use it, but we are going to be using it. It will give us that guarantee that we're going to get clean water in the bathroom. That's a nice thing to have. So.
Yeah.
So this plant with this treatment and our ponds, how many residences or how much growth could we do with our current system, the exact way it's set up?
I don't know that off the top of my head, that Anthony's probably got those numbers, but I can tell you it can handle quite a bit, even because without even the ultrafiltration, we're passing these requirements we need.
So just one more, when it was up at Apple Springs, do you know how many?
There
services there?
were probably, when that was running, there were probably 25 services at that point, which isn't a lot, but one of the things that wasn't quite good for it up there is that was more of a transient deal. You get this surge of people, surge gone, surge of people, gone. So I wouldn't necessarily use that 25 as like, oh, that's all. It's capable of a lot more. I think they were talking 80 to 100 households, which times 4 people. So that drop box could handle. So quite a few people.
Yeah, Jerry?
Yes, what's the throughput to it? What's the gallons per minute that you can run through it?
The maximum, what we were running through it was 40 gallons per minute here. But I believe it could do 4 times that. So
So you take 160 times, 24 hours a day.
right.
And I think Chuck probably knows, but don't we bring in about 40,000 gallons a day into the wastewater treatment plant? But it sounds like it's going to be done.
Yeah, I believe so. We have room for growth on it too. We're real happy to see it, what it did just in the short week that we ran it. I mean, we basically took pond C down to what we consider low water level and stopped it for multiple reasons. Probably the biggest reason is to help get these other lagoons filled up, to protect them. So.
Okay, let's do a couple more comments, Mark and then Connie.
Just super, super quick. Let's say some miracle happens next year and 100 new homes pop up in town. It'll handle that.
I believe so, yes. Yep.
Okay, Connie?
Will it discharge every day or is it scheduled to discharge once a week?
When it's running, it will 24/7. So you get it running, it will actually discharge, basically straight down that pipeline now right into Battle Creek. So, yeah,
So it'll go constantly.
correct, yeah. And that's actually better for it. So keep it running, keep that, bacteria growth on those seeds, you know.
Okay, great. Hey, it's, unfortunately, we do have to move on. I know, I mean, this is, to me, a really interesting topic, and I'm glad John's here to discuss this tonight. And, anyway, so, if we can, let's move along to planning and zoning.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. So now we're at, 7A, permit 2025-16, carport in 51 North Fifth. And so this one was on the agenda last time, and we did receive some more information from the homeowners. A nice email here describing the situation and the current installation, along with some pictures. Thing like that. Real quick, John, are you also going to be a building inspector as well?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Do you have a packet in front of you?
I do not.
You can have my story.
I just had it in my hands. Well,
We're on 7A in the packet. Look at the top right-hand
Okay.
corner. And do those pictures. See those?
Yep.
Sorry to put you on the spot there, but
Oh, that's all right.
so yeah, Donna.
So what do we need to do on this? They've already moved it, done everything.
Yeah, this was kind of another example of I think what happened was they weren't sure if they had to have a permit. And then in the interim of us determining if they should have one, they went ahead and reinstalled it. It was actually moved from another location, it looks like. So this would be, I think if we approved it tonight, it would be a retroactive approval. But I think, at least in my opinion, what I'd like to see is if we did approve it, if we could get an on-site inspector to just go also double check, make sure everything's okay. I mean, pictures are one thing, but
Yep.
maybe on site we can double check it, and then so I guess I'll just make that motion, just being a normal part of the board as well as the chair that runs the meetings. So I'll make the motion that we approve the building permit 2025-16, contingent upon a favorable inspection from our inspection team at Benish.
I'll
Hold on,
second.
again.
Okay,
We got it.
okay, we do have a second. I guess we'll do that one to Shanna. Spread the love. And-
That's right.
Okay, any further discussion on that, Aaron?
Well, I'm just like, it just looks like a very, very temporary structure. Is it definitely something that even needs a building permit?
Usually temporary structures like that don't necessarily, but it's easy enough. Looking at this, it looks like you did a pretty good job anchoring it, especially with the 45s on there. I can definitely swing by and take a peek at it though. It'd be interesting to see what anchors you use, so.
Okay. All right, Aaron.
They had told me they were like 4 foot long.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's,
so.
that's gonna be sufficient. Yeah, so, yeah.
Okay, Deb.
I think the reason it was brought up again is because it was bigger than your normal carport or something.
Yeah,
At the time when they brought it forth,
it's above the, what, 200 square foot limit.
something like that.
Yeah.
That's why they brought it in.
They're double stuff.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Next up, temporary sign permit application from Dan and Deb Halsworth. Looks like an FYI here. 7B. Would you like to present that at all, Deb? or-
It was just during the fair, down at the fairgrounds, the ball diamond guys wanted to use our property. Money we got from them, we donated to the nonprofit, so.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you for that. So
No action?
I guess no action required then. Okay, well,
Have a motion to acknowledge.
okay, Shannon makes a motion to acknowledge.
I'll second that.
Linda seconds. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Planning and zoning C, approved the permit in extraterritorial jurisdiction on 850 Marie Street.
Think that one was up and around.
The weird one.
Yeah, I believe so. So we,
At the end of Marine Street. Those
Yep.
two lots there.
yeah, if you look at 7C on the back of the staff report, there's a diagram there. And so this is basically the county asking us to weigh in on it. And then they will grant or deny the application, I guess, on their own prerogative anyways. Is that how it goes?
That looks good.
How much comments, it's, don't have provide utilities, it's,
Right,
Mhm.
and won't in the future, so that's
right,
just my opinion.
right. I would like to point out that if it were in the town per the ordinance, we wouldn't be able to grant this relocation or a permit for this specific trailer because it's built in 1988. And currently our ordinances state that no mobile home older than 20 years is allowed to be put down in the town. So just would like to make that point. Aaron?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve permit for 850 Marie Street in extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Aaron makes a motion to approve. Have a second.
Sure.
Linda seconds. Okay, any further discussions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, now on to what used to be 15A, will be the alcohol license discussion. And sir, if you can, just please introduce yourself and
Absolutely. My name is Michael Steve. I've talked to a few of you trustees before. I am here on behalf of Blaine and Eric Gringle, who are the owners of 122, I believe it's Vila Street. You guys might need to correct me on that. Violence Field. But I'm sure most of you are aware kind of the situation that's going on here. That's the former location of the Trails West Saloon that was operated by TW Saloon LLC. And its owner, Andrea Kelly, and I believe maybe Morris Pepsi.
We should know what that name is, SB.
Morris, yeah,
And actually, the license are under his name.
yeah, appreciate it.
excuse me.
On July 14th of this year, the saloon's lease was terminated by our clients. They are now trying to move to have their own liquor license on the property, either so it can be a bar or operated,
Sorry.
no worries, or operated as an event wedding type venue. Unfortunately, though, since there's already a licensee tied to that address, they can't move forward to get that license. Under state law, a license must be revoked if it's no longer actually tied to an address. That kind of leaves you guys with two options here. You can either move forward with the state, determine that under 35-6.3, a question exists that TW Saloon LLC is no longer the lessee of the property. You would then hold a hearing within 30 days under 35-11.1, which allows the municipality to hold a hearing after giving 30-day notice that the former licensee no longer is a tenant there, they're in violation of the statute, at which point you can refer it up to the state under 35-11.2. The other option that I believe you guys have in speaking with your city attorney is you can find that the license is in default and you guys can terminate it after a 90-day cure period. This would be an actual quicker option and allow for our clients to make productive use of the property. Because number one, it allows you guys to do it without any sort of consent from the state. And number two, during that 90-day cure period, you guys can remove it from that location, allow our clients to then move forward with getting their license for the location and make it productive, because it's my understanding there is an open license out there that they could, presumably assuming they qualify for it, receive. And then if Mr. Etsy does not fulfill his requirements within the 90 days, then you can officially revoke it. If they are able to cure their default within the 90 days, which would be very unlikely they would ever go back to that location, then they can have a license at different location. It would be our position that that would be the best route to go, because it, one, allows it to just stay within city control for your operating agreement. And number two, allows our client the ability to get in, start moving forward, actually make the property productive, which it is not at the moment. Right now, we have an unused license that has an owner that wants it, but they can't move it to the facility, and a license that's sitting out there that can't be used because there's no location for it. Mr. Hagan.
What you're just recited there is pretty darn close to what we had just discussed, by the way. And that's where I would recommend it to go. Here's the thing. The quandary was, okay, we got the state, we got the town. The town's operating agreement has a 90-day cure period. So once you're determined to be in default, which clearly this would be the case because the lease has been lost. And the town is to issue via certified mail notice of default. Now, we've been remiss in doing that for a while, hoping something can be worked out. However, that's not the case. Current operator will no longer be operating out of that location, it appears. So what we would, I think what we could do to honor our operating agreement, even though there's a default, is to give the current operator the ability to find a location, a new location suitable to the town within, 90 days, because that's the 90-day cure period. So meanwhile, we also have this little bit with the state. Okay, we know if this location's gone away. We have not yet notified the state such. Why not? So we go ahead and notify the state about that. But we also provide notice to the state that this new application by Mr. Brangle is one that the site would be suitable for this issuance of this other license. The big point here is that, yes, we have an operating license currently in place. However, you can't bind a third party by our license, by our agreement. It's simply against public policy, among other things. It's not part of that contract. It's not followed. So, the clear way to do it, in my opinion, to achieve the public policy goals of getting those licenses back in use and productive as quickly as possible, utilizing and accommodating those who apply and those who seek to reapply for like a transfer. If it's like a transfer, that way you keep it in your, well, whatever that means, I'm not sure, but you're very vocal with your audience. But thank you. It's a compliment. But you can have 90 days now to find a different place. And that's a long time. If you can't find a tent on a reasonable spot, at least you don't have to run it 24/7. It could be, you can qualify as, you can maintain your license by running it a total of 60 days out of 2 years or something like that. So it's not a high requirement. You can maintain your license until you can find another place. That location is not coming back. That's the biggest thing. That's the lessee, the lessor is no longer wishing to lease that. So that would be my suggestion, is that we direct our finance officer to notify current license holder of default, and that he has 90 days to cure with regard to finding a new location. All the parts of the license, or excuse me, of the agreement will still be maintained or be in place, so to speak. But it is, for lack of a better word, I suppose, suspended because there's no place to serve, no place to use it. So that's the long and short of it, I think.
Okay, thanks, Ken. I do see your hand back there, Andrea. I'd like to let the board weigh in first, and then we'll go right to your comment. So thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, I really had no real surefire way in knowing what this particular discussion was gonna be about. I did not expect it to involve discussions of the license held by the TW Saloon. And I can only imagine that the license holder probably wouldn't have expected that this would be the nature of discussion either. So I don't think there's really anything actionable we can do right now, since we can't be certain beyond reasonable doubt that they were aware that their license was going to be discussed during the meeting. And as far as I can tell, the actual license holder is not currently here. The actual on paper.
Yeah, he's
license
my
holder.
hires. I mean, if you,
Well, I don't believe any action can be taken on this item without drawing a question.
Okay, Donna?
okay, my question is, being the address is on for the TW, can she transfer the license without getting approval from the state to a different address?
The locality, and the short answer is yes. Because the state looks at the locality to determine the time, place, and manner of distribution of all. So if it's deemed suitable to the locality, then the state's not gonna have a problem unless it's within so many yards of so many feet of a school or something like that. But if we find it suitable, then the state's not gonna have a problem with it. And right now, we're more involved in not, state law, may not have notified them already of the loss of leaks.
I will say, if she does transfer, she'd have to fill out this and transfer it.
Yeah.
It's $150 charge to transfer it to a new location. Yeah,
Okay. Thank
and
you.
it
for
has
that,
to go to
Terry.
the state. So.
All right, thanks, Terry. Linda, did you have a comment?
I believe that, we need to give, I mean, the owners of the building want to use it. And I understand that. I understand that she's not, Andrea or your husband's not, wanting to give it up because they hope to find a place and we would like to see all the businesses open, so that, I mean, it would be good for Hermosa to have both of them running. I just think that I think we have to do what we can do to make it happen so that everybody can use their licenses and their buildings, so.
Okay. Shannon, did you have any comment on that?
Only that I thought there was something the state said last time we discussed this and that it was, help me out here, that it was, what did the state decide it was her license until the operating agreement ran out?
They didn't give us a clear answer to that question.
No, because the reason for that, if I may, the reason for that is that the state looks to the locality, again, to tell them that everything is good on the local level for the time, place, and manner of distribution. So they need to know within 30 days, however, we can determine that they have, in this case, per the agreement, 90 days to find a new place. So I don't think the state's gonna have a problem with that.
We
Okay.
should put that up for discussion at the next meeting, so it's specific, like Aaron had mentioned, so that the owners are there to discuss issues.
Right, and I'll just make my comment, and then looks like Aaron has his hand up, and then we can move on to further comments. So my comment, I guess, my opinion on the matter is, as far as I know, when TW Saloon was operating, They're doing a very nice job. I didn't hear about any complaints about situations that you might normally hear about at saloons and things like that. And I think the situation that we now have is unfortunate. But my intent with putting this item on the agenda was the license discussion is the discussion about the open license that we do have. And since there's some convolution between the two licenses because of the address issue, it kind of brings the other license into the discussion, by default. Now, I agree with you that I don't think the board should take action on it tonight without a specific item on the agenda for that. And if we have to do a special meeting or something to move things along, then maybe that's what we need to do. But so kind of, I guess what I would like to see the board do, in my opinion only, is that we trigger the 90 days with the current operating agreement at the address. And we do have an application here for the Pringles. And we review that application with the hearing and everything that's required to see if the board will accept that. And then if so, then we can move on to the operating agreement and then let the state know that that's what the board has decided, and then see where they would go with it, because they're the ones that issue the license. And so they're the ones that have to make sure that they are in accordance with the SDCL. So as far as I'm concerned, and please correct me if I'm wrong, either Mr. Kent or Mr. Steve, but since the state is the one that issues the license, that we could actually accept an application for the license at an address that already has a license at it, with the stipulation that, I mean, it's going to be unable to be used. So
With the clarification, correct, with clarification that it doesn't have a location. The current license doesn't have a location. And yes, I understand it's a very nice venue, and like you say, no issues with that at all. It is unfortunate that you have an owner that wants to do something with it different. And if there was a battle between those two, that's a civil matter. But as far as we're concerned, number one, like Deanna pointed out, it is public policy that it is, the town is best served by having as many of those licenses active to produce revenue as possible. So, and as far as determining whether a notice can be sent out, that would not, in my opinion, necessarily need a motion, even if, whether it's on the agenda, simply because the chair would be performing an administrative act, simply notifying them that, hey, you have a provision here you're not meeting currently, you have 90 days to cure it.
okay. We have, I saw Aaron, then Donna, and then we'll go to Andrea, and then Mr. Steve, sorry.
I was just gonna say, it does sound like this could at least use a little more thought, a little more, but we have, previously scheduled the final budget meeting for next week. This 26th, we could convert that to a special meeting and revisit this at that time with make sure it's identified correctly on the agenda, so on and so forth. And that would give us everything we need, I think.
Okay.
But another note is, I believe the last time we did address this issue it was tabled, I think, until the last meeting in September, if I recall. So
Yeah.
it's kind of a concern also.
Well, that motion would have to be rescinded to do that, so.
So I think if that's to be done, I think we should identify on the agenda that motion is being considered for
Rescission.
rescission, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Donna?
Well, do they not have to have a malt beverage license before they can get a liquor license?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes. And I have that until June 2026.
So are there any other malt beverage licenses out there?
There's no limit on many of those you can.
Oh, you can, okay. They can get, all right, that's why I wanted to know, make sure that we weren't jumping.
Okay. Terry, do we also have an operating agreement for malt beverage licenses as well? How does that-
Well, we do with, the line, the corner pantry up there. And- But I don't think like Pops has, it's an operating agreement. I think there was,
They just have a offset liquor.
but they have a malt beverage like as well, but we don't have an operating agreement with them.
Oh, they do. Oh,
Yeah, and I believe that was a intention a few years ago. But they had an operating agreement, then they did away, and that was before I was here.
Okay.
But they don't currently have an operating agreement for their malt beverage.
Okay.
They have it for their offset.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thanks for your patience, Andrea.
So I just want to say, to reiterate a little bit, so I've already talked to the state. City doesn't disperse my license to me, the state does. And the state has already said that I have to violate those licenses for them to take them away. And you both, knowing, being attorneys, know that you need to go to the state if you want them that bad instead of the town, because they can cancel the operating agreement, have at her. That just saves me $350 a month. It doesn't take my license away. Also, if we would have known about this meeting today, I could have contacted my attorney that's dealing with all the bar stuff. And I could have had him here tonight, but I did speak with him and he said, you cannot just take somebody's liquor and beer license unless they have violated. And like Paul said, I had no violations. And the city said this, or the state said the same thing. They put my license inactive and they're sitting there, they're paid up. So they're mine.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
You're 100% right.
Yes, I absolutely am.
I have no issue with it.
But I feel like this is, and then when does this become harassment? Because I feel like I'm here all the time.
Okay.
For this
So
license.
let's direct all comments to the chair, please.
Yeah.
And then
Excuse
we'll,
me.
Yeah.
But when does it become harassment? At which point? I have the right to keep the license. I was illegally evicted, which is, yes, it's a civil matter and it's being taken civil. But at which point does this come as harassment? Because how many times have we met up about this license? Oh, it wasn't, not on the agenda, but we're still here for it.
Okay, I believe Mr. Steve was next, and then we'll go Aaron and Trina.
Sure, so to talk to some of her points, I guess number one is you're in clear violation of statute.
Mr. Steve, can you please direct your comments to the chair, please?
Chairman Coons, it is our position that under South Dakota law, statute 35-2-6.3, the licensee must be the actual lessee or owner of the premises to which their license is connected. I believe there are many people sent up there as trustees that acknowledge that she is no longer the lessee of the location 122 Belaw Street where that license is connected. As I stated then, the city or the board of trustees may then move to find that there is a question of fact as to whether or not she is in violation of the statute, in violation of that 35-2-6.3. Upon that finding, which does not need to be notice be provided to her, it can be done by the board of trustees by themselves. Then they provide her notice, which then a hearing must be held no fewer than 30 days from when that notice is sent. That is how her due process on the license, to the extent due process even exists under liquor license in South Dakota, because that's very questionable, would exist. If she wants a notice in a hearing, that would be the time at which it comes. She does not need to be provided that notice when you guys make the determination there's a question of fact. It would then go up to the state upon your finding that she is no longer a lessee, and the state can revoke her license. Alternatively, as Mr. Haig has mentioned, there is a procedure for the city under their police power to handle the time, place, and manner of the alcohol sales to notify her of a default, which would be an administrative task. She would have the 90 days to cure, at which point there would be a similar hearing, and again, fulfill her due process right to the extent one exists for a liquor license at that hearing. That if we are concerned that they are not getting proper notices, at this point, simply put, they are not due those notices. You have to send out the notice either being the operating agreement or under state statute, and that's when they have the time for a hearing. We don't have two hearings. We don't have a hearing today, then you guys send the notice, then we come back and do the same documentation. We send out the appropriate notice, and then she can have the hearing. And if you go through the city route in the interim, they would be able to remove it, they being city, for you guys, remove it from that address to fulfill the public policy and at least allow our clients to move forward with applying for a liquor license in that location, subject to all the other approvals, presuming that they would get done in that 90-day cure period. Our client can move in, it's easy. The alternative is, of course, the current licensee transfers their license to a new location, especially considering that they're currently in violation of state statute, and they're spending money on something that they don't have the ability to use, and we can get this whole thing resolved in a matter of days.
Okay, thank you. Would you be able to email that to me and I can forward that to the board? Your
Statutes or my spiel or?
your description and
Okay.
everything like that.
Sure.
And we can take that into consideration. So
Okay.
let's go Trina, and then I saw Tammy's hand up a while back, and then Aaron, and I think Andrea had her hand up again too. Okay, Trina?
I'd like to propose a different solution. That facility seemed to operate as two different businesses, the bar underneath and then the top part. So the address matters, but there's that. But we could just have special alcoholic beverage license for their events. They want to start having events there. And so why not put it under special occasions, specific special occasions where they can have it just for during those events. That would allow them to have more time to work out their situation. And it would allow the location to hold events and have a special license for each event until their issues are resolved. And it kind of keeps us out of the muck, you know, because we are just issuing a special event license for liquor.
I believe the special event licenses have to be tied to an existing license. Is that correct?
Either they need to be tied to an existing license, therefore it can't be a separate entity, or I've dealt with this in other events. You can't have multiple licensees for one event. So a lot of times, let's say there's multiple breweries at an event, they all actually have to sell to one LLC that then runs the event because all breweries don't have their own licenses.
Okay.
I appreciate the idea, but I'm not sure that would be allowed.
Okay, let's hear from Tammy and then back to Aaron.
Okay, I have a question. So your guys, you not being there is being civilly dealt with right now.
It will be.
Okay, so from that aspect, him saying that she's in default, he can't use that right now because they're in court for that matter. It doesn't prove it's not 100% in law, in docket, that she's in default yet. So they shouldn't have the right to sit there and say she's in default.
There probably should be done after, because there will be civil.
Right.
I would
think
just
that
say
there's
that-
some legal aspect, because I've had an LLC with a local license before.
Right, I would just say that any opinions expressed here tonight are solely the opinions of the person sharing them, and that if they want to use that language, as long as it's not obscene, then that's their own prerogative. Aaron and then Mr. Steve.
Yeah, it's kind of starting to feel like we're going in circles, so I'd like to make a motion converting the August 26th budget meeting to a special meeting and tabling item 15A until that time and until the agenda items can be properly drafted to ensure proper notice.
Before you make a motion, Mortz won't be back. He's not gonna be coming back until the 27th, maybe 28th. And he needs to be here for this if you're gonna be discussing her license. Why can't we keep it for September like we originally did? I'm paid up until after October.
Let's go to,
There's a motion on the floor.
yeah, we do have a motion on the floor, so, is there a second to the motion on the floor? But I'll second it for discussion. So, you have that too?
I'll have to go back and.
All right.
Sorry.
Ken, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think I forgot what it was, but, couple things, the pending court action between lessor and lessee doesn't involve us, and right now, unless the court issues a specific injunction to keeping the owner from terminating the lease agreement, whether it's justified or not, I don't know. I don't know the facts. But so that's one thing. It would not hold up the town doing its duty and its contractual part. So by simply issuing the notice, again, administrative act, get that notice out, I would ask that the Terry, you know, be directed to do that. It doesn't require a vote. That they be advised that they are in violation of it because of a failure to have a location to distribute. You have 90 days to cure it. Now, 90 days gets us down the road to damn near Christmas. Close, Thanksgiving. So, that's that. As far as any action tonight, I think what has been gained here is a little bit more clarity as to, yes, that's all a separate thing, because same legal location doesn't exist for the current holder. So let's move on and get clarity to what the individual, the owner of the building who wants to have the license, wants to get a license in them. So that's the only thing I'm saying. Now, that hasn't been approved by us regarding, there's certain things, you know, fitness, no felonies, that kind of stuff. But as far as anything else goes, that would appear to be the direction this is heading, is he applies for his license in due course here, get that out of the way or done. And the town notifies that there's no location to distribute for the current license. And that is being suspended, if you want to call it that, for a period of 90 days, which is a cure period. The state's not going to have a problem with that by now. So.
Okay, Aaron, did you have another comment?
No, I'm good. Motions.
Okay, Andrea?
Well, I just wanted to say, like, legally, I wasn't even supposed to be out until 4 days ago. And I've only been out for a month. And literally, they were trying to apply for the license before I was even out of the business yet. So like, can I get some slack cut on this? Just a tad bit, like we're like vultures just going for this. And nobody ever wanted anything to do with that building until I put all the work into it and opened up a bar and had a successful business. So could we just have like a little bit of compassion here and be like, this can wait? Like, I don't feel bad. I wasn't even supposed to be out legally until 4 days ago. And we've been dealing with this since before I was even out in July. They were vultures trying to get my license while I was still had a bar open. Come on, you guys.
Yeah, that's an important thing to understand.
Yes, it is an important thing.
You guys, please, excuse me.
Address him.
Yeah, can you both please address the chair, and keep the topic to the motion on the floor, which is moving this business to the next meeting and converting that meeting to a special meeting. Thank you. Donna, did you have a comment?
Well, that's what I was saying. We're beating this to death, and we have nothing to do with why she lost her lease or anything. We're dealing with license. And I don't think we need to hear all the other.
I'm not trying to tell you, I'm just saying legally 4 days ago. That's it.
So I think we need to move on.
All right, so I'll go ahead, call the question then. Excuse me, sir, we're gonna move to a vote. All those in favor of motion on the floor?
Can I
Sorry, Shannon,
comment?
we're moving along. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Linda?
Nay.
Okay. 3 ayes, 2 nays, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Board member comment on a motion on the floor.
Well, I'm sorry, but I called the question before, so procedurally, we gotta keep going, but. Alrighty, so, everyone in favor of taking a 5-minute recess for the movie claims? All right, let's, reconvene at 7:40. Thank you.
Not involved. Yes, sir. I'm gonna be on the road next Tuesday.
Okay.
So we'll be able to call. Okay, that's all I gotta ask. That was the only reason I had my hand up. I was like, yeah,
Okay.
yes, but yeah, no. So
All right, yeah, no worries, man.
I'll email that to you. And then I can give you my cell phone. I'll call in. I'm guessing I probably don't need to call in right at 6 unless it's tighter agenda then.
I think it's set for 6 already, right? 5:30, yeah, that's right. Set for 5:30. Okay, so, yeah, next Tuesday. And so,
Put your copy again.
It's my office number. So I'll be.
Typically,
Okay, so I'll call on my cell
try to
phone.
figure out, you know. What's that?
Summertime.
Never. Some of the crab show. It's gonna be, but
I'm a fine, fine, fine.
it is.
In the, but I'm sorry, I'm lost a little bit. That you are a relic here in town.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
I just want to reiterate, I think, kind of stuff, what's going on as much as I like to concede to anything and go around and say, I've been away from home. And big brother and to move on.
Well, I knew.
I'm still being employed, finished. Nothing other than to hear. And hopefully it'll still be a
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it was pretty well done, and I hope.
August of 1974.
I
I repaired a major water leak on Manning Street. Smitty on board. Smitty says, you know what to do, fix the son of a bitch. 51 years later, I'm still doing the town dirty work. That is right.
It's been one of the most up and down fucking roads I've ever seen, Chuck.
Yep. Very holidays, zero. Put the territory, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna try to count on yeah, pretty enticing when you got 350,000 there.
Yeah, sorry, Shannon. Still there?
Take me down quite a while.
Who's gonna be the one camping me?
I don't being on property at home. Find out what it's about that.
I know, right?
Gave buy any property that adjoins it. Big house. Later. Stay on the phone.
Thank you.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Huh?
And that part's amazing too, yeah. I don't quite get that, but.
With flooring, right?
On the other floor.
Mhm.
They want to- Or they're on the other side, or would come to
Regular? Like, how do
Yeah.
Insurance buddies.
No, he's a customer.
Same thing in this.
Okay.
I just thought it was really bad. Next time, just a little harder.
Already. All right, everybody, let's please reconvene. So it's now 7:40. We're back at it. So let's move on to claims, item 8 on the agenda. Okay. We have a motion to approve from anybody or amend?
We'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, then makes the motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Well, second. Janice, go ahead.
Shannon seconds. Okay, is there any discussion on these? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we have 4 ayes and 1 abstain. Thank you, Donna. Okay, moving right along, law enforcement abatement and complaints. Item 9A is marshal report. Eric, oh, you, man.
So just be aware that there's been an influx of speeders. Mainly that's the biggest concern because a lot of people can't see some of the signs that are at this end here near the track. I checked it out. It's somewhat like that. Not a big deal. I usually give everybody a little leeway on that, but definitely a lot of speeders. It's wild. What else? I mean, other than that, it's been pretty calm. Besides random stuff on 79, so nothing really bad going on in town. I am having some issues with dispatch with Custer County. That's why I'm gonna also bring that to you guys as well. Just had a big old stir up with them currently.
Is that something we need to discuss?
I think we need to stop using Custer County, I think.
Okay.
Waste of money, and they just give me all kinds of nonsense every time I say anything on the radio, so.
All right, well, let's move that topic to executive then. Personnel.
And then, there are 2 things. I talked to a DOT individual about those signs, because he was out here just doing his normal thing. And, he asked me a couple questions. I asked him, and he wanted me to show him, check them out. They don't show up on his map. And, he's gonna talk to his guys about having maybe them come in and install official size ones. So I don't think that's gonna come out of our budget in any way. So we'll see. I got a supervisor coming in Thursday, and I'm gonna speak with him about it.
And which signs are those?
Those are gonna be the stop signs and a couple of the speed signs, because they're a little on the short end.
Okay. Yep. Alrighty, Aaron, did you have a question?
Just to clarify, I mean, when the sign stuff, does that fall, what department does that fall under?
Street signs?
Yeah.
Oh, street.
Is it under
Mhm,
streets?
mhm.
So I guess one of me or Donna should meet with him when you meet that guy? You want either me or Donna.
He'll still here and like us, we can discuss it, because he's gonna be the one that's gonna sign off the fruit or whatever. Put new ones in.
Whichever one of us can be available, and that it probably won't be something you can have too much control over the scheduling. So whenever.
It's whenever he pops in, he said he'll be here that day though. It's
Alright.
probably gonna be early in the morning like his constituent is, so. And that's crazy, right? It's like 7 in the morning. He was out here doing all the time, so.
Okay.
It's pretty early. So, other than that, it's just mainly speeders, just keep your eye out. Always be cautious and careful. I don't know. So other than that, I don't have much, on the market besides that. I'm still working on some other stuff around, so next report I'll have some better.
All right, thanks, Eric. Very good. Okay, moving along, Custer County log. Looks like we do have a copy. Have a copy in the packet. So would the law enforcement committee like to present that?
Well, there's a lot of them in here. There's say Hermosa, Hermosa, but I don't think it really actually means right in town.
A lot of traffic stops.
Pardon me?
It's a lot of traffic stops on there.
Yeah. So, and we are going to commissioners meeting tomorrow. And, Aaron's giving them, little report to them, see if they will have a paper.
We'll see.
It's back and forth with their cops. Other than that. More right along.
Okay.
And school starts next week, and I believe Chuck is going to turn the light on sometime this week for the school zone.
Okay, very good.
I just wanted to ask Eric, I haven't seen one of these since you've been with us. Does your stuff pop up on here also, or is this just what they dispatch to on the Custer County report?
No, so I will call it in when I get a report, because usually the citizens will, bring it to my attention, I'll handle it, and usually if I'm doing stops, I just call it in and they put it down with an incident number and all that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do you know if your stuff is a part of this list?
You should look for 21-2 alpha, it should be my call sign, that's what you'll be looking for.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really like exactly what I was wondering. Okay, cool.
But
Yep, there it is. Yeah, I'm seeing some. Yeah, yep. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's the sign? 21 alpha what?
21-2A.
21-2A.
21-2.
Linda, did you have a comment?
I was just gonna, for those that don't have a packet or don't see this, there was a total of 83 calls into dispatch. And I mean, many of them, and it looks to me like maybe almost half are extra patrol. So, there was like one for fireworks, a concerned citizen, a weather report. That also includes traffic stops and paper service. So if somebody's getting served, any kind of a paper by the sheriff's department, that's included in your, normally, in the past here lately, there has 83 is a very high number. We have another disabled, another firework, a disturbance, another fireworks, a search, a concerned citizen, a suspicious citizen, a couple of follow-ups on other items. So it's, when Eric says there was nothing bad happening, you kind of have to agree when you look at the fact of what it said from the dispatch office. Extra patrol is, it's not like anything huge happening. When you're just giving out papers, that can turn ugly, but, that's a part of the law that has to be done, so, it's nice to have them. And it also shows us a little bit of what our own officer is doing here too, so it's a comment.
I made a comment at the work session, I believe, about the railroad track having moving parts. Yes, they have moving parts. Kids can walk across where they crossing.
Good.
On page 11, they have the wrong address for one of these. Does that matter? It matters to me because they have my street on there and it's the wrong street over for the sex offender. I like to not have that. That's my street considering there's only 3 of us that live on that.
Right.
I'll be able to answer that for you. So it technically doesn't matter. It's just if they can't see your street number, they just tend to put one in place for the call. So that way they know where the officer is at that time during that call. That's mainly all it is. It doesn't really reflect on that particular issue, but you're good there, trust me. It's just so they know where that officer is at all times.
Okay, all right, thanks, Rena. Okay, moving along to, legal, there's nothing on here, Ken, specifically. Uh, Did you have any commentary?
No.
On anything? Is there anything on the remainder of the agenda that, you think that we would benefit in having your presence here?
I haven't, nothing else has been inquired about me over the past week since we last met. So I'm not aware of anything that's too controversial that we need legal guidance, but usually that comes up as attack.
Right.
But since I pulled up to you,
Okay, well,
but yeah, I don't see any great issue here. As we brought up, as it's been discussed a bit about, or maybe this is part of it, you're going to be saying about the rights and obligations of the board president. And that needs to be addressed in due course to clarify just exactly what those are, so there's no misunderstanding. It's important for all, especially for, among others, town officials. Right. So I would suggest that perhaps if you have, well, let's put it this way, if you want to directly put together an opinion of what that should be, it wouldn't be very lengthy. It's not a terribly exhaustive list. But if you'd like me to do that, the board president under the current ordinance can request an opinion of that. Now, that's the only thing I would think of. And otherwise, I could be good to go.
okay. Yeah, I guess I'll make the motion that, where the board will request, Mr. Haig to draft an opinion on what he believes the, I guess you could say the enumerated powers of the board president should be.
Yeah.
So is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Linda seconds. Any discussion on there? Mark?
Well, I guess I'm just gonna ask. Where's the town getting the money to pay for it? The budget's spent. For legal, there's been no vote to change it. Are we gonna dump another $5,000 a month in legal for 15 minutes worth of commentary? $60,000 will fix a road. I don't, many of us are here, we don't get it. We don't get it. No offense, Mr. Heck, but 15 minutes of commentary is hardly worth $1,000. I don't, we're all very frustrated with that.
All right, thank you. Connie?
I think the most frustrating part is the whole half hour of the Trails West license isn't even on the agenda. We have an attorney come from Rapid City and they're fighting for the Bringles on our dime. We're paying for that and we should not have to pay for that.
I believe that I clarified that point during my presentation in that agenda item. I can restate it here if you wish, but you know, we're responsible for representing everybody in the town. And so, you know, obviously there's going to be some issues that come up where not everyone's going to agree what to do, but I do appreciate all your commentary. So thank you for that. Linda, do you have a comment? So I saw your hand up. No? Oh, okay. So Aaron?
I think we have your item on the agenda enumerated powers. I'd rather hear from you before really doing anything at all further. So I don't think this is anything at all that needs to be, definitely not something that needs to be decided tonight, not by any means, or directed tonight or any other such matter. I don't really see a reason for us to get anywhere into the adding more powers to the board president at this time, or even trying to find out what other powers would be. I think we should just not.
Okay, Jerry?
Aaron.
Okay, great. Okay, Linda?
Now I have a comment. Sorry. The only thing that, in my opinion, that this is brought forward is because of emergencies. And at that time, our board president needs to have the authority to handle those matters. And I will just go back to the flood, which a lot of us were here for, a lot of the people in town were not. But I mean, it took immediate actions by the board president to handle those situations. And I think we have to have that available to us. If something were to happen, God help us, I'm not knowing when I say these things, but a tornado, a flood, whatever, in tomorrow, tonight, or tomorrow night, or whatever, our board president needs to be able to take some action to get the help that we need for that. And that is where that line item means something to me. So.
Yeah, other agencies are gonna wanna know who's, taking to your leader, who's in charge. It has to state that, and I will point out that it was Mr. Service that. Point of order.
Excuse me, sir.
I will point out that it was Mr. Service that pointed out the whole point that you have greater power than most of the board members, except for what is minimally set forth in the current ordinance. And that's just not right. And yet now he's trying to delay it. So there's a little something coming afoot here, and I think it's important to address it. It puts the town in a very not good position, very precarious position if anything were to happen. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. I did see some hands up there. Was it Joe?
Mine as well.
Okay, and then after Joan, then Shanna, then Mark.
I'm just wondering if anyone has researched all the current ordinances, because in the past, when we did have an emergency, what was in place? Anything? Just,
No, the ordinances are pretty scant on exact.
and do we have, does Hermosa have any bylaws? Anything like that? When they incorporated, did they do bylaws?
Not to my knowledge, but
Just wondering, because a lot of times they're stuck in there.
okay, Mr. Dave.
There's always been a presumption that the board president logically is the essentially equivalent of a mayor. But in small towns, class 3 municipalities, because you have a board of trustees, the board of trustees elects the leader of the town. And that's set forth clearly in that statute. that part of it. It's always been presumed that he would have, well, whoever's in that chair historically has the powers of essentially of the mayor. We want to enumerate that, obviously not all powers of the mayor. They aren't that broad, but there are many that are the same, very important also. This all has a reason. There's also, it's very, it's steeped in history that you have a leader for every group. Fundamentally.
Okay.
Does it require an ordinance?
It didn't until it was challenged. It was challenged by Mr. Service. And so, about whether or not certain, authority was present. He pointed out that it wasn't, and he's right, frankly, that ordinance is very scant. What I'm saying is that we should have a vote as a board on whether a new ordinance or the current ordinance needs to be amended. To enumerate those powers. These,
Okay, let's go Mark and then, oh, sorry, yeah, Shanna, then Mark.
My comment. Sorry, I had to make sure I didn't have you muted.
No, we can hear you.
My comment is that, we've discussed this somewhat at length amongst us. If it's not in a current ordinance, then we've assumed grandfathered, historical, how we have given that power to our president. And I would like to see nothing less than it be put into an ordinance if it needs to be put into an ordinance, so that it's there, it's safe, and it's in black and white.
Yeah.
That's my feeling on it. Those powers have always been in there for a reason. Get them any. And the second thing, sorry, is that, between now and the end of the year, if we get that in writing, it's always been the president's determination whether the attorney needs to be there at that meeting or not. Some items, if they can wait till the next meeting, you can compile them and have them at one meeting a month instead of two. That frees up a few hours in that contract, and would in between now and the end of the year for Kent to create this list or information to put into ordinance format. Our finance officer can put it in the format. We just need the items that are normal in a community to have their, third-class communities to give power to their president. And I believe, other than attending meetings, there's already, is it 2 hours, Kent? 2 to 3 hours a month in addition to meetings that you have available?
yeah, based on the amount, I'm sorry, based on the agreement, I was, the base retainer, and that was at 225 an hour, as I recall, for the first 10 hours.
250.
Sorry,
Isn't it?
250?
270.
It's 275 after the first 10 hours.
50 for the first 10 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, right.
Yeah.
So it's 250 now for the first 10 hours.
No,
And then after that goes 275.
no, it's opposite, really. But it's 2750 for the retainer, which includes that first 10 hours. 25, okay. And then it goes to,
I like
okay,
your numbers.
I'm getting all confused. Yeah, you're right. 250 and then 271.
We'll take
So
the
it goes more.
225.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So,
sorry.
but historically, I've been town attorney for a number of years in and out. And oftentimes in the past, it would be, if they needed, the town thought they needed me there. So by no means is it my position that I gotta be here every time. Just saying, so, and also, as far as being, in accordance with any kind of agreement between my office and this town, whatever you guys wanna do, I'm not gonna insist on agreement terms or anything like that. That's not the way I look.
Okay, yeah, we are kind of getting off of track a little bit here, so the motion on the floor is to have Kent draft an opinion on the enumerated powers. And my
Right.
intent for that, excuse me, is so that we can get his take on it. And then if the board so chooses, I would like to make a motion the board allows me to, I'd like to make a motion to, after this one, to, dismiss Mr. Hague from the remainder of the meeting. And we can get his take on the topic that is coming up later in the meeting. So, Mrs. Pillen, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just curious of all the money that we spent already in 7 months. We spent 32,000 on his legal fees. Why does he have to be here at every meeting is what, because most of the time, the meetings that I've been to tonight's the most he's ever talked. Any other time, he hasn't said a word. He's out the door. Last meeting, he was out the door 5 times. We're paying for that. It's coming out of our pockets. And I mean, I've been to wherever I lived, I've gone to town meetings, and the attorney has never been at the meetings. They called him, and that's it. Then he's never showed up at meetings where, you know, we have to pay them.
Okay, thank you.
I have a comment.
Okay, Shannon has, one last comment, and then let's go to a vote, please.
Well, the first one was when I mentioned him coming, compiling his items into one meeting a month, or as you would see appropriate, that would provide the funding to create this list that we're discussing. On the other hand, I would disagree on how often he has spoke up for us recently. He has been a huge help to the town. And lastly, and I mean this in the most honest way, you know, we all pay for car insurance and health insurance, and we might not use it every month, but when you need it, it's going to be there to help you. And unfortunately, this small town has had several of those occasions pop up. You need an attorney that knows your history and is there and able to help. So if we can condense it down, that's great. I'm all for that, and I'm just trying to find the funding to get this list that we do need for our board president so that he knows what he can and can't do.
Okay.
That was my reasoning for asking about his available hours to create this list. When Mark, I believe it was, asked about how we pay for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mark, did you have a comment? Did we skip over you?
No.
Okay,
Not yet.
all right. Thank you. All right, well, so I think we should go ahead and vote on this topic. So all those in favor?
Okay.
Aye. All opposed?
Okay.
Guys, 2 nays, motion carries. Okay, I'd also like to propose a motion that we dismiss Mr. Hague from the remainder of the meeting. I would also like to ask the board for the ability to summon or dismiss Mr. Hague from future meetings up until we determine if that is going to be or is not going to be an enumerated power.
Second.
Shannon seconds. Linda, would you like to open discussion?
Yes, please. We have had attorneys in the past, including Kent, where he was not at the meetings every time. And that we had the ability to call them on a particular line item. So rather than him being present for the 3 or 4 hours, he was present for the phone call for whatever that was, 15 minutes or a half hour. And there was a little bit of a charge for that, as I recall. Kind of an on-call kind of thing, but much less than the actual meeting. And I think that is a good option for us. If Kent would be willing to do that, it's a great savings to the town. And I would like to say that Kent has been here and many times of real need to this town when we needed attorneys, and I'd like to thank him for that. And to note that, you know, you never know when something's going to happen, and an attorney is needed by the city. So we have to have somebody available. That's my point on that.
All right, thank you. Shannon, did you have a Any discussion on the motion on the floor?
The motion was to let him leave the meeting early and for the foreseeable future until determined otherwise to allow you to communicate with Kent whether we need him at the meeting or not.
Yeah, it's to dismiss Mr. Hague from the remainder of this meeting and then also allow the president of the board the authority to dismiss and recall the attorney for future meetings.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Okay, we have 3 yeses. I will abstain from this motion. If it would have been a tie, then I could have voted in the tiebreaker, but since it didn't, I will count this as an abstention. We have 2 abstentions in this case. Okay, 3 yeses, 2 abstentions, motion carries. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hague, for coming tonight, and we'll be talking to you if we require your services at future meetings.
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Kent.
Thank you. Yep. Alrighty, moving right along to economic development. The approval of the South Dakota Game Fish and Parks office space use fee. And I believe Aaron spearheaded this agenda item, so if you'd like to introduce it, please go right ahead.
Yeah, so talks, number showed up in the office for me after I got appointed economics liaison, and then I called the number and it ended up having me talk to South Dakota Game Fish and Parks. They have the regional area supervisor who needs office space, currently in Rapid, wants his own space. Hermosa's in his jurisdiction. Long story short, came out, looked at the office, they like it, they've made us, we've managed to come to an agreement on a monthly fee, so that's what I'm looking for, is they would like to rent the office space for us for $250 a month. It's a small space, but it's the space in the back corner of the marshal's office for anybody who's ever been in there. It was currently being used for Black Hills Recovery, but they generously agreed to move into the another room where it might, I hope it works out as good or better because it actually has direct outside access. I'm hoping that'll be a benefit, not a detriment. Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to approve negotiation of contracts with Game Fish and Parks for rental amount of $250 a month. And made valid once signed by the president. I think it's right, something like that.
I second that motion.
What was the amount it said on that?
$250 a minute. And that doesn't sound like much, but they actually, they're
It's like double their normal.
double what their normal square footage rate is. So they really want to be here, and hopefully we all really want them here. Yeah.
Aaron makes the motion, Donna did the second. So discussion, Linda?
Yeah, it's still, you and I have discussed this, but that room that, we're talking about is totally unfinished. Bare concrete walls and floor. And I've asked you before, but I just want this known. Do they want anything done to it? Do they want it painted? Do they want flooring? Do they want, no?
Nope.
Okay,
They'll even bring in, they'll pay for their own separate internet connections, so they have their own, their lane.
they would have.
All they want is a box that you can hang out in every once in a while.
Does our cleaning person need to, do the cleaning in there once a month? And if you don't know about that, you should ask them and make sure that that's in the contract. Whether they need it or don't need it, okay?
Mhm.
And other than that, I think it's absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
They also want use of the kitchen area.
Oh, yeah, like access to kitchen and bathroom, and maybe that big room if they want to have a little meeting or something, but he's not going to be here very much. I get a feeling like he's on the road pretty much all day, every day, but he needs a place to hang his hat when he does need to do some paperwork or have a private phone call.
I think it's great. And I think that, Terry just needs to, I know it's kind of hard to keep track of that big office and who uses it when and where, you know, the library uses it a lot.
We put it on I have a calendar.
Calendar.
Yeah, we always write it.
So we'll just have to inform him that he'll have to give us a calendar of his events also. Yep, thank you.
Okay, Joan, did you have a
I
discussion?
just wanted to let Aaron know that, the refrigerator that is in the kitchen area is for use by anyone, and if he wants to leave something in there, possibly just tag it. Because there's a little one there that Haha put in, like a dorm one that they use, but, you know, we purchased the larger one so that it would be there for any group that wanted to utilize that meeting room or any of the other ones to use. And I believe that maybe the food bank uses it once a month.
Okay, Linda?
I just want Joan to point out, she says it was purchased by Black Hills Recovery and given to the town office to use for everybody, so.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any other discussion on the motion to approve the negotiation contract, Joan?
I just had one other question, I'm sorry. Since the sheriff's office is going to be now utilized along with the other room, we store the TV in there that we also purchased for the town. Is that still okay? Or do we need to move that? Because I wouldn't put it in the storage room with our stuff because we have too much. It could be damaged.
Yeah, no, I'm sure Eric's fine with that hanging out in the corner.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because
We'll find together.
it's kind of a hard thing to just put somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure.
Can it be put
Eric, are you back there?
Yeah.
Did you hear Joan?
Partially,
I'm sorry,
I was just dealing with
yeah,
what's going on with the.
do you have a second?
Yes.
Okay, Joan, go ahead and,
Well,
sorry.
in the office you're utilizing, there is a stand with a large screen TV on which is recovery purchased for the town of Hermosa to use. Or whatever group might be having a meeting, if they ask the town and the town approves them using it. However, we have been storing that in your office and I'm wondering if that's gonna be a problem.
It would be, I guess, move it out.
It's not in your way, I mean, really have no place else to put it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. So,
Have a quick comment
Shannon?
on the motion. I just wanted to say that I am, very glad to see that our liaison appointment has proved beneficial to the town, without any additional costs or additional boards being created. It was a great lead and I really do appreciate Aaron's work on this. It'd be a great benefit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point, Shannon.
I bet it's back there, so somebody be careful. If those ones are just my house.
Back to work he goes.
Alrighty. Yeah, anyways, just for the recording, we had a little bit of a disturbance, but now we're okay. So, yeah, thanks, Shannon. That's a good point. I'd also like to echo that comment that thanks to Aaron for spearheading this opportunity and as part of his economic development liaison position with the board. And I think that's wonderful as well. So do you have any further comments on this? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion carries. Very good. Moving along to finance office. And I believe that would be you, Terry.
So I did print the monthly financials and you have those. Provided. I didn't get the bank statement. I'm dealing with getting the budgets done. I didn't get the bank statement reconciled yet, but I'll have that at the next meeting.
Okay.
As far as department update, I guess below it, I would like to approve the new hire of Kim Murr as a part-time administrative assistant. She will be working no more than 24 hours a week at $17 an hour. And that I just need a motion
She
for.
got tired of us, you.
Okay,
did.
Aaron.
I am gonna make that motion to approve the new hire of Kim Moore,
Okay,
part-time administrative assistant.
Aaron makes the motion. I
I
guess
second it.
Donna will second that. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Very good. And looks like we have another one on there, Terry.
Yeah, so the only other thing is so now having part-time help kind of puts a little more on me. And I know Linda and I had discussed this about possibly closing the office a certain time. And I would propose we close at noon on Fridays to allow me to, if it's a meeting week, that would give me time to flex out my hours that I got for Tuesday night. And on those opposite weeks, when I have to prepare the packet, I can kind of get that done without all the interruption of phone calls and people coming in. Friday afternoons tend to be the slowest I've found. Just typically, it's been a lot quieter than
I make
any other day of the
motion to
week.
approve the town closed at noon on Fridays.
Donna makes the motion.
I'll
Have a
second that.
And a second. Any further discussion on that one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
You got a question or hand
You
up?
have a question, Jerry.
Yes, to get the information, I definitely support what Terry is saying about having, maybe even Friday afternoon isn't enough, maybe another afternoon, so she can just concentrate on what she's doing. And also to get it out to the public is put it on the back of all the water.
Water bills, yeah, that's what I
That's
do.
where a lot of the stuff a lot of people come in and pay.
We're gonna be doing, Linda will be reading the water bills tomorrow, so those will be going out by next week, so we can,
But even just so people.
yeah, and I'll put it on the website and maybe have Dawn put it out on Facebook, just any place we can to get it.
And
From the citizen's point of view, to get the most out of what
Right.
Terry can do,
Right.
I'd recommend it be more than just half a day, maybe 8 hours a week where it's just her time and she can just focus.
Mark?
I just double check I hate to say it, but I think South Dakota actually has a requirement in law for families. Just check into it to make sure it's not getting.
Because the courthouse, I know the courthouse is being closed.
Uh,
I know the courthouse is closed, like in Pennington County.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know some do. I just double check, make sure.
And I know there's other town, I mean, I know, I'll have to check, but I'm sure there's other towns that have done it, so. that's
Okay, Jerry, did you have another comment?
Yeah, New Underwood, they actually are closed.
I was gonna say, I thought
They have a
somebody,
certain number of hours, then they have times when it's closed to the public, but the workers are still in there getting stuff done. And to get the biggest bang for the buck, really need to look at doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate the comments and the reminders and everything too. That's sitting up here. It's not something that we always think about. So thanks again for that. Would you like, you guys want to ride with this motion and do a kind of a test case and then maybe expand it later?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate the idea back there though, Jerry, and I think we could do a test case on this one, see how it goes, and then, excuse me, can you guys please, calm down there? Excuse me. Anyways, thanks for that, Jerry, but, so any further discussion on the motion on the floor? So, okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Shannon, were you good? Okay, very good. So motion carries.
Can I get like 2 minute recess?
Okay, looks like we need a quick 2-minute recess.
Sorry.
That's okay, so let's reconvene at 8:26. Thank you.
It's hot here. Let's keep overheating.
It's always hot in here.
I was gonna build.
Got some big topics, but I'm just planning on doing a quick discussion on the integrated towers, just kind of get people thought, uses, plumbing, and then we can move it along to another one and do something that's more beneficial. Really, it's kind of like a quick mini work session that is.
Bigger now, we're going in the straight. Yeah.
There's something about the pump, the gearbox, the motor, the gearbox. Somebody just texted me that there was. I was like, somebody just texted me that there was smoke and possible fire behind Pearl's bus.
Okay, thank you very much. It is now 8:26. Let's please reconvene from our recess and keep on trucking. Okay, so now we're on old business. Do the second reading for the supplemental 2025 appropriations ordinance. So it will be a second reading, and then I believe it'll be up to a vote at the next regular meeting. Is that true?
No, you vote.
No.
Vote on it tonight? Okay.
I will say, I did put a little explanation in there about why some of those are supplemented. Because I believe the motion was for me to look at not only the legal budget, but all the other line items that potentially could be overspent by the end of the year. And just to try to, we can maybe just do one supplement. I don't know if that'll. So starting with the finance officer, the only reason that's being supplemented is because of the way it was budgeted. My 20% of my wages was budgeted to be taken out of the BBB fund, which isn't being done because I'm not really performing those duties. So that's the only reason. Of course, we have the legal budget, engineer's budget, that'll be supplemented. I did submit 365,000 that we'll be getting back anytime now from our clean water SRF loan. And then, of course, the tip is just those taxes that have been coming in because we dissolved the tip last November, but it wasn't in time for the county to change that. So we're still getting those monies in from taxes every month, and I've just been dispersing them out to the school, the county, and the fire department. So we've received those revenues in, they've come in and putting them out, and then we're keeping our share.
All right, thanks, Terry. So I'll commence with the reading and then we'll, I guess, go to the vote. So Town of Hermosa, ordinance number 2.077A supplemental appropriation ordinance. Be it ordained by the Town of Hermosa that the following sums are supplementally appropriated to meet obligations of the municipality. In expenditures, we have general fund, the finance officer and wages of $12,000. Legal professional fees of $10,000. Engineer professional fees of $25,000 for a total appropriation of $272,000. In expenditures, also we have the TIF debt service Fund 301 of $106,000 for a total appropriation of $106,000. Following designates the fund or funds to which the money derived from the following source is applied. In revenue from the general fund, Fund 101, we have an unassigned fund balance of $272,000 for a total means of finance in that category for $272,000. Also, in revenue for TIF debt service Fund 301, we have an unassigned fund balance of $106,000 for a total means of finance for $106,000. If it passes, it's dated this 5th day of August, 2025.
Just one small correction that the engineer was 250,000, 25,000.
Oh, did I misspeak on that one?
Mhm.
I apologize. Engineers, 250,000 instead of whatever I said before. Yeah. Okay, so do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Linda makes the motion to approve, Linda.
Yes.
Okay. And it makes the motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Anna seconds. Okay, discussion. Anyone like to begin the discussion on this one? Linda?
Aaron can start if you want.
Oh, you could go ahead. I'm just.
The finance officer is, like Terry said, it is just because in the previous budget, it was allocated for 20% of the wages to be paid out of BB&B funds, and it actually has not been used that much. And so we want that to be changed so that it is right with the BB&B organization and rules. Legal fees, I understand how the public feels of the expenditures of that. I just have to say that we have to have someone available in case of emergencies, and we have to have something there for that purpose. We maybe will not have to use it all, and we'll hope that we don't have to use it all. And with the motion that we made earlier, that he does not have to be at the meetings unless he's needed, or that we can call him on the phone, will help to save some of that money. Engineer fees, that's a supplemental thing because of the grants and loans. The TIF is, of course, just the final steps of the TIF, and then that will be done. That's kind of only a legal matter also. So I think everything on here is very necessary.
Okay, thanks, Linda.
Mhm.
Aaron, did you have a comment?
Yeah, so just looking at so we're currently over legal by 2,244.62.
Mhm.
Do we have any news? We have an updated bill.
I got a bill today from Mr. Haig. He emailed me. What did I do then?
Sorry, Carrie,
Sorry,
put
I
me
had
on the
it, I know,
spot.
I should have had that ready. Here, here, here. I put it in the bills. It's-
Okay, so this is for 5,026.50. So combined with what we're already over, that puts us over 7,244.62, which means if we approve this resolution, it will cover an additional, yeah, less than a month, less than a half a month at this pace. So if we do this now, we're already pretty much guaranteed to do it again.
Well, how did the 10,000 amount get on there? You remember?
I think I did, I'm thinking the $2,500 retainer for the months that were left, not realizing he had extra hours that he's gonna be, because we had paid him through August. So yeah, September, October, November, December.
I remember Aaron saying that he was out of funds by, I think it was July, first meeting in July. When we started talking about this.
Right. Okay, let's get back to a more structured discussion. Mark?
Well, that's for the money.
Yeah, and it was brought up earlier and, you know, it's not, we've got about 65 signatures from people. I think it's an unwarranted expense and honestly, some don't believe his character fits the town. Is even this latest invoice, you billed for tonight's meeting before you even came. I mean, that's a problem. I don't know how people don't realize that is an ethical problem.
We did not, however, approve that.
It wasn't included in,
Right.
came in too late.
Okay, Donna?
But on this billing, it's got 8/19. Well, that's today. How can he?
That's the point.
He guessed what he was gonna.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, that, that doesn't make sense at all.
Yep, Kathy?
One thing, is there any possibility that you would look at another attorney? We had another attorney who had applied for the position.
Mhm.
I mean, I know that we looked at other attorneys at the time. I know that there was a question of conflict of interest at the time.
What was the conflict of interest?
If you don't mind, I'd like to kind of keep this on the budget discussion for right now, but I think if anybody has any receipts that explain that that might not have been a conflict of interest, then they should bring those forward and we can
We
look at
don't know
those.
what the conflict of interest was, so how could we bring it forward?
Well, let's talk about that at a different time. Let's just
The
try to
other
keep.
thing that I would like to say is, if you're gonna keep an attorney on or just on call type things, you need to know how much they're gonna charge for that. Don't just think you're getting a better deal and all of a sudden we got a $5,000 bill because you called them.
Mhm.
Yep,
Absolutely.
yeah, I appreciate that. So do we have any other comments on this?
I have one comment. When we were looking at next year's budget and how we switched up the FO's wages, it would create a little extra work, but do we want to do that the same with this year rather than all from the general? Do you want to pull that 5% from BBB? So that it would leave a couple thousand extra in the general by the end of the year to help cover over expenditures elsewhere.
I don't know if that is, yeah, that might be something to talk to the finance officer about later. like to try and stick to the motion to approve the.
I apologize, Cal, but what I mean is where we have the expenditures, 41,400 for finance officer wages at 12,000, it would, down below where the source of funding would come from, you have the general at 272,000. This would change it to say 270,000, and then you would add a line under source of funding for the BBB fund or the other amount. So it does pertain to the ordinance. I apologize if I didn't
Okay,
word that correctly.
all right. Yeah, I think that would just be something to discuss at a later time, because I think we're just talking about approving it as it sits. So, Donna?
Well, there's Robert and Peter, they Paul, the town's always done that, and it's not right. When you do a budget, you should be able to stick to your budget. And you shouldn't have to, just makes it harder on the finance officer.
Okay, do you recommend that we approve or?
Well, I think we need to approve what we got in front of us right now. And, because we're still working on the budget.
Joan?
A budget is simply an estimate or a guess of what you're hoping your expenses are gonna be in the coming year. But you don't have any control over a lot of those items that may raise. And no matter how closely you stick to your budget, I don't think that you'll ever get away from having a supplemental budget at some point during that year. I think, and in my opinion, it's that way in almost all municipalities. I mean, you're only trying, you're guessing. You don't know what the future holds for certain.
Okay, thank you. Gary?
Yes, and I agree with what Joan was saying, but the thing is, we actually overspent before we did this, and there's actually a state law that says you cannot do that. So the town is in violation of state law that you can't, shouldn't have overspent before you address the issue.
All right,
And right now, according to what Aaron was saying, the town overspent $7,000 before even getting supplemental budget going. And that's against state law.
okay, thanks, Gary. We have any other comments, Connie?
Well, and sitting in the audience for the revenue part of the budget hearings took an hour and 10 minutes. We're now on the expense budget. We are 2.5 hours into it. We still have 4.5 pages to go. God knows how many hours that's gonna be. To me, that speaks volumes that we do not have enough revenue for the expenses that are going out of this town, and we are gonna go under. If we continue to spend on stuff that's being spent and not being controlled spend.
Okay, thank you. Gary, do you have another comment?
Yes, I think Linda kind of covered this, finance officer, because of the way it is, that's a good deal. The $250,000 for the lawyer, for the engineer, that's all coming back from our loans. The city's gonna be reimbursed, say 350,000 is coming back from our water loans.
365.
Yeah, so that's gonna be covered. I guess what I'd like to see is to change and make a motion, request someone to make a motion that proves all the items except for the lawyer. And then go from there. Because we've already violated the state law.
Okay, well, we do have a motion on the floor to approve it as it sits. So, do we have any other points of discussion or questions?
Yeah,
I'm just requesting one of the board members to amend the motion that's on the floor to strike from that the legal. That's what I'm requesting, one of the board members to.
Okay. Is there a member of the board that would like to amend the motion on the floor to strike legal from? Actually, you know what? I don't think we can do that on this one. If we wanted to edit this, we'd have to start all over.
Yeah.
So, Aaron?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a change that significant would require another first reading.
Yeah, I don't think any change.
As I understand with ordinance second readings, you can do like, verbiage things that are typos, like silly little things like that, just that are clerical, but you can't make any substantive change between first and second reading. But I mean, I'm just kind of going back to with this claim that would be on the next meeting's agenda, we approved this one tonight, and then we've got this, approving this tonight sets us up to have to do it again in about a month and a half, and with no real clarity of in the end of the road, because we haven't slowed down on our 5,000 a month pace.
Yep, Mark?
I actually have a question on the engineering. So supplementing that. So have they went above and beyond what their bid originally was for all the work? Or, I mean, we should have kind of known coming into this what their bids were. How did we end up $250,000 off?
I think it's just a buffer so that we can have funds in there. So we don't overspend that bucket, so to speak, in the budget. And then because it takes time for the reimbursements to come in. So as she mentioned, what was the reimbursements that we applied for already? It's 360 or something like that.
365 is what I submitted and should be getting that back. You know, and part of it is, so had that gone into our general fund, we could just do a motion and transfer it. But the problem is it's our clean water SRF, so it goes into our sewer fund. So then we have to do a transfer. I'll have to do a transfer. That's probably only the funding there. Otherwise it could be like we did the stop sign that we purchased and then we got the insurance check for. We could supplement the street budget just by a motion because that was allowed with a grant or something like that, or insurance.
So did we ever, like, I'm sorry, this is continuation. When before this all started, they gave us a price, obviously. Are we in line with the price they gave us?
So we have a clean water SRF loan in the amount of, I think it's $698,350 that we're going to be able to pull funds from. But we have to spend them first, prove we paid for them, and then submit them and we get reimbursed.
I guess I'm not asking this
Okay.
right.
I know.
I
what
mean,
you
Venice
meant.
isn't just eating up every penny because they can.
No.
I guess it's my basic.
There have had to be some change orders because of things that came up that were different than what was expected. And that happens in a lot of different projects. And so, but as far as I am concerned, myself looking over the bills and the paid outs, they have done everything that they've had to do. And the finances are there still, in a savings of a lot compared to a couple of the other, engineers that we have
No,
had.
that's a good explanation. I just. It's being acknowledged.
Very good. Trina?
Did we have a line item in our original budget for contingencies? So, I was just reading about the state law and it does say that maybe for next year, we could have a contingency and we are allowed a maximum of 5% of the total budget for that contingency line. Maybe we want to consider that.
Yeah, that was a topic of discussion during our expenditures, budget meetings. And, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be in the next budget meeting as well. we can figure out what we're gonna do with that. Whichever one we do discuss it at, hopefully it's only one.
Yeah.
Anyways, Linda, did you have?
I was just gonna comment on that, that we have had in the past, there has been some contingencies in each fund directly, rather than that full contingency, funding. And so, we're looking at both and making sure that that equals out to the 5%.
It does say that you can move the funds between different things.
Yes. Yep. Very good. Thank you for looking that up.
I know we talked about how much has went over, or how much he's made so far this year. How much has the engineer quit what he's done in Hermosa, for what he's done? His total.
Do you have a total on that?
Are you talking about his paycheck? Yeah.
Not all, but quick,
What
you
he's
know.
done, yeah. What he's actually.
It's between different accounts, right?
No, his was all, this year was all under
Oh,
engineers, so. So far we paid out 242,932.
That's been in its entirety.
Yeah,
Not-
that's
not
all,
as an
that's all
engineer,
there,
Not Anthony's.
because we only had just one engineering line in the budget, under the general fund. And we had budgeted 65,000, so. And right now we're over 177,000, we're just trying to figure out what we got to pay for the rest of the year. And I did the 250.
yeah, thank you, Step. Barry, did you have one more? I thought I saw your hand up a while ago and maybe I didn't call on you at that time.
No, I think it was covered.
Okay,
You know, the fact that she covered it very well is that you gotta spend the money before you go to the loan, you go to the state and get the state to release the money to come back. And when the budget was put together last year, they said it was 65, some of it.
We didn't have this loan closed at that time.
Yeah, there's a lot of new projects came online that needed to have work done on.
yep. Yeah, all right, thank you. So do we have any other comments, questions? Okay, I don't see. Shanna, you have one more?
I do.
Okay, please.
And I apologize because sometimes it's kind of hard to hear. But I realize that we only have the engineer line in the general fund. But there's professional fees listed in both water and sewer. Is it, and secondly, I guess the budget is showing what we intend to spend and by the end of the year, what we did spend. So we're doing this project within the year. Can his pay apps be recoded to the sewer fund to match where the funds are coming in for that project by the end of the year? I don't understand that intermediate need since he's already been paid. That by the end of the year, your budget matches what you spent, other than the change orders, which I understand, and those were all pre-approved by the state to get added to the loan. We didn't just spend change orders that we didn't plan for. They were all pre-approved. So I am just wondering if the source of funding rather than undesignated fund balance could come from, say, sewer loan balance. So it doesn't look like we're just spending a bunch of undesignated fund money.
Yeah, I don't know. Seems like that would be a good topic for discussion at the budget meeting. I don't.
Well, this ordinance, and I guess that would be the difference between not approving the second reading.
Okay.
And then making the changes and having the second reading. You are allowed to make changes between the first and second reading if you need to change which account you're pulling from or whatnot on a supplemental budget. If you feel like it would need to go back to the first reading, that's fine. And if the board decides to approve the second reading, that's fine too. But just like the option to change some of the finance officer wages to the BB&B, so it's not under general, and changing the undesignated fund balance to equal the sewer, so that the project that you're paying out to the engineer gets put back in the same fund that the project is involved in, being the sewer funds, if I understand correctly. And the water project that's coming up would be the same way with water. And it would just go under professional fees, or you can even make a sub account under professional that would split it between the engineer and whatever else you might need.
Okay,
Those are options, and I want the board to be aware of them before we vote on whether to approve it as is or if we should
okay,
refer.
all right, thank you for that. Any more? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
What we vote on.
Approval of the supplemental appropriation ordinance
As presented.
as presented. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 2 ayes. All those opposed?
I'll go aye.
Okay. So we have 3 ayes, 1 nay. And do we have an abstention down there
Yeah,
from Linda?
No,
I said aye.
Linda said aye.
Oh,
Shannon's
Shannon's abstaining. Okay. 1 nay, 1 abstention. Okay, so it looks like motion carries. Okay, very good. Second reading of the ordinance of 116.04 alcoholic beverages, malt beverages, and wine license requirements and fees. $14B in the packet. You do have one. So it is an ordinance to amend Town of Hermosa Ordinance Section 116.04 alcoholic beverages, malt beverages, and wine license requirements and fees by amending Section 116.04 thereto to ensure consistent in application of related fees. Be it ordained by the Board of Trustees for the Town of Hermosa that the Town of Hermosa Ordinance Section 116.04 alcoholic beverages, malt beverages, and wine license requirements and fees be enacted to ensure clarity and sustainability as follows. 116.04 alcoholic beverages, malt beverages, and wine license requirements and fees. Excuse me, ladies. With the exception of any considerations referenced within the sections of this chapter, classifications and fees are established for on sale, off sale, and on off sale, and or package dealers in distilled spirits, liquors, wines, and malt beverages as outlined per the fee schedule. Monthly operating agreement fee for a nonprofit organization or association applicant or holder shall be reviewed and set annually by the Hermosa Town Board upon the issuance or renewal of any liquor restaurant, wine, malt beverage, or temporary license, and shall not exceed the monthly amount listed for the equal classification of license listed within the fee schedule. Nonprofit organizations and associations shall be required to provide a copy of the following items: federal EIN number, letter of incorporation, bylaws, tax exempt status, additionally an annual report, along with any changes made to addresses, directors, officers, or registered agents, shall be submitted annually to effectively maintain nonprofit status within the town, and Section D is being repealed. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve this second reading?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Aaron makes a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Donna seconds. Okay, discussion. I guess I can start off discussion. So the intent on this one is to clean up this section, take all the pricing and everything out of it, move it to a fee schedule and repeal item B, which was basically just only applied to a specific time and place in 2015, I believe. So we repealed that just to clean it up. So is there any further discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Shannon, okay, motion carries. So now we're on to 15B. 15A was moved to earlier in the meeting. So on this one, I'm not going to read the whole thing. There are some specific changes that are highlighted in here. And so I'm going to point to those specific changes. Terry, do you think that would be adequate for this reading?
I believe so.
Does that make sense to everybody?
You just make sure and read the headings, and I think then we'd be all right.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll read the headings, and then in the sections that do have changes, I'll read the highlighted changes. Everyone understand? All right. So Chapter 91, Public Nuisances, starts off with 91.01 definitions. We have this section has no changes in it, and it is noxious matter, nuisance, weeds. 9102, prohibited conditions, does not have any changes. 9103, enforcement authority, does have changes. It includes the change of, and I quote, including photographs of violations and also with photographic documentation. So I'll read the whole paragraph in its entirety. So for 91.03, enforcement authority, Board of Trustees may appoint an authorized agent for the purpose of performing inspections, providing appropriate notifications of violations, including photographs of violations, conducting enforcement and abatement actions may be required to ascertain compliance with ordinances of the town and obtaining legal counsel as required. Detailed reports with photographic documentation of all action taken by the appointed enforcement authority will be provided at each regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Next section, 91.04, notice to abate. It does have an edit in section A, where the highlighted portion is or, and I quote, or by a documented phone call, end quote. I'll read the whole paragraph for 91.04A. The Board of Trustees or the duly authorized agent is authorized and empowered to notify in writing or by a documented phone call the owner of any lot, place, or area within the town or the agent of the owner and the occupant of the premises to cut, destroy, or remove any weeds, tall grass, noxious matter, or nuisance found growing, lying, or located on the property or upon the public way abutting same. Next section, 91.05, abatement by a town authority. By town authority has no edits. Next section, 91.06, abatement by town cost assessment. Has no changes. Next section, 91.07, notification guidelines. This chapter has no changes, but I will read the headings, the sub item headings. Section A, first notice, courtesy note. Section B, second notice, notice of violation. Section C, third notice, notice of abatement. Section D, subsequent violations. 91.08 exceptions has no edits. 91.09 application has no edits. 91.10 complaints does have edits, and I quote, adding or town office staff, removing or verbal, adding remain confidential, and remove be anonymous. So I'll read the full paragraph. 91.10A, should any member of the town board of trustees or town office staff receive a written complaint, a trustee on the town board shall within 2 days investigate the complaint and make immediate determination of required action, and so notify both the plaintiff and owner of the determination. The complaint shall be required before any courtesy notice or abatement action shall be initiated and shall remain confidential. Section B 91.10 has no edits. Section C 91.10 has no edits. 91.11 conflicts with other laws, has no edits in either section A or B, and 91.99 penalty has no edits. That was the first reading.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks. Kathy?
On 91.07, did you guys always have in there that the town marshal was gonna be doing delivery? Because I thought we said at the last meeting that we were not gonna involve the town marshal. He only works 15 to 20 hours a week.
Yeah, this was always in there, but there's a and or before that, and so
Yeah, I think that.
to us, it's the board prerogative to have him do it or to send by mail. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments on the first reading?
I'll make the motion to approve. Accept.
The first reading.
Oh, the first reading was not, sorry, of course. It's 9:00.
Okay, so I guess we just did that. We don't need a motion to proceed because it's just the first reading. So section C, board president enumerated powers. I know it's getting late, so really this was kind of intended to get the creative juices flowing and do kind of maybe a little bit of a presentation. We can have a quick discussion, maybe 10, 15 minutes or something like that on it, and really just get people's take on it. I would just ask if you do have commentary, just try to keep your comments quick. But so after I became president, there's been a lot of people telling me, well, you can do this and you can do that and all this type of stuff. And as was noted earlier in the meeting by Mr. Haig, Aaron did make the point that a lot of that advice actually is not found in our town ordinances. And I strongly, excuse me. I think everybody should go and look at the ordinances and do a word search for president in there, which is what I did. And it's very little mention of president other than just like the title, or it's like 6 or 7 mentions in the whole ordinance. Okay, so if you're curious, just go in and do that. You can just do a quick Google search for Hermosa town ordinances. You should be able to pull it off of American Legal, at least for now. And then you can do that. You can export it as different files, file types and all that. So you can also, you can pull the whole ordinance out in a single file, which is what I did to make the searching a lot easier. So please do that if you're interested. Also, the South Dakota code is pretty silent on any special powers or whatever for the board president in a third class municipality. And basically the gist is for them, the board president is essentially a trustee that runs meetings and signs checks and not much else. And so I do agree with the need for more leadership in this position. And so, but you know, this isn't a dictatorship, and how are we going to proceed with this? So to me, I wanted to have this discussion to kind of put forth some ideas, um, and give some things for people to think about. And then, you know, we can have this on the agenda at a future meeting if we decide to go forward and um, enumerate some powers. And really, this isn't so much for me per se, although it would be, but it's also for every president going forward. And so that's another thing to keep in mind too, as we do this, that, you know, it's really to kind of just very specifically state, how do we want our town to run, and how should the president be involved in that task? That's kind of like the overarching question that I think we should answer. So I'll just open the discussion here with a list of enumerated powers and maybe a quick comment or two on it. Some duties that I think the president should be specifically given. And then we can open it up to a quick discussion, 10, 15 minutes, and then we can move on to the next item. So the first one is to direct the town attorney, which we actually did with the motion earlier tonight. But should that be the sole authority of the president is a question that we should consider. Direct the finance officer. That's something that I was told that the president has the authority to do, but it doesn't appear that that is actually the case for South Dakota law. So, you know, my comment on that is the finance officer should be outside of all the politics in town.
Mhm.
And so if the finance officer was able to be directed solely by the board president, I don't think that that would insulate this position, the finance officer position, not Terry specifically, but it would insulate. I don't believe that would insulate the position from the local politics if there was that relationship there. But help the finance officer with daily decisions. I know Terry's asked me for my opinion on things, and I've given that to her. And so, should that be specifically enumerated? I don't know, but that's what's been going on right now. Direct the town marshal. Again, that was something that I was told that the president has the authority to do. But for the same reason, for the finance officer, you know, the town marshal should be completely outside of town politics. And so if the board president was able to direct the town marshal, then that would kind of bring that position into the political realm. And in my opinion, the town marshal should be the most neutral party in town because of the extra powers that they do have. And so there's that. But should the board president work with the town marshal? Well, sure he should, you know, and so should every trustee. There's one question tonight about emergency authority. And so if we do have an emergency, do we need to name a head of this area as far as kind of direct the organizations that may come in for aid and things like that? Just have somebody in charge and know what's going on and be a single point of contact and an authority in case that were to happen. So a list of duties: represent the town in public functions, act as the town representative with other municipalities and governmental entities, act as the town representative with private organizations, and be the committee chair for the finance committee and the law enforcement committee, and then a de facto member of all other committees as well. So those are just some things that kind of came to mind to kind of get the juices flowing and everything. So I'll just open it up, and hear what people think. We'll spend another maybe 10, maybe 15 minutes on it, and then let's move on. So Aaron, did you have any?
I'm happy to kick it off. I've been named twice since this discussion's been up tonight. So I think the first thing we need to start with is what country do we live in? And we start with the Constitution of the United States. A component of the Constitution of the United States is a power is not given, is not a power cannot be exercised unless explicitly granted. It's called Dillon's Rule too. And South Dakota is a Dillon's Rule state. So when they say the statute is very vague, that's the reason they don't want to give the president too much power. And under South Dakota, you can't do anything unless you're specifically given permission to do it. You don't have an authority unless you're specifically given. So when we talk about making an ordinance, giving the board more power, what that is in practicality in the ordinance is what we would be doing as a board is saying we forfeit this power that's granted to the board to a singular individual. That's all we have the power to do. So we can't give the president the power to do something unless the board of trustees as a whole is already granted that power. But the real, it really comes down to is the board of trustees, if you look at it, it's basically a republic. It's not, it's all equal powers, right? And the president chairs the meetings and signs signatures and rides in parades and throws candy at people and all that glorious stuff. But yeah, so it really is what kind of government, that's the question. What kind of government do we want this to be? And a staggering amount of discussion around this seems to go back to, well, how this town has always done it, how it's been in the past, the way it's always been, how it's, So I guess really the question is, how much do we want to hold on to the past? And how much do we want to move forward and try to be better? It's part of it. That and how much do we want the chair to feel the pressure that presidents have felt over the history, to feeling as if they're the ones who have to make all the big decisions, as if just what the president needs to do this, like it's a lot of pressure. I've watched a handful of different people sit in that chair, and it's a lot of pressure. I don't think any more pressure than they already have is necessary, but that's my thing. I'm good.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Hold on, Jerry. Shannon, do you have a comment?
I have two.
Okay.
I think it's more about, I think the state is more vague because it's about freedom to let each town decide for itself how it's to be ran. When situations come up, such as something simple like the FO calls in sick, she's sick, or the weather, she can't get here, he or she, who does he or she call? All 5 board members, or the president, and then the vice president if the president's not available? Do we want a designated person? And normally it's always the president, vice president who are on the finance office committee. The FO would report to say, hey, I'm not going to be able to make it today. So that's one way of looking at it. I know that for our filed emergency plan with water, what is that? The water district with Nick, I can't remember his name, I'm sorry, or who he's with, that we have to file electronically each year. That specifically asks for the board president's information and the vice president's information, and it goes down the chain of command. So when you print out the whole thing, if you look at the printed copy, you'll find there the authority for, in case of emergency, who to contact, and it would start at the board president and then go from there down the phone tree, and also to emergency management if need be in the county. The only 2 comments I have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. And I would like to make a comment too. I named this, I did request to have this added to the agenda. I named this the enumerated powers, which implies and indicates also that it's powers that are specifically given. And like Aaron mentioned, our Constitution does that and even mentions the term enumerated in it, because it specifically gives powers to the government with the explicit statement that any powers not granted are reserved for the people. Right, so anyways, any other comments from the board? No, Jerry?
I guess, I think it's very important that we define what an emergency is. And then I think it needs to be one point of contact, which would most likely be the board president, that would be making, quick decisions to, get a contractor on right now, do this. But other than emergency, I don't think, the board president controlling when the lawyer comes and he does it, guy goes right back to what are the politics. And then another thing is that the whole board, in order to expend your funds, the way the whole thing is, in order to expend your funds, the whole board has to make that approval. Well, I don't think the board should give up the expenditure of funds, their right to vote yea or nay to one individual. Not nothing against you, Cal. But I think that the emergency part of it, that has to be defined. But other than that, if you want to have a lawyer come for a meeting, I think it needs to be. When I was the board president, Mitch Johnson, I couldn't ask him anything. I couldn't even call him unless I had permission from the board. And so I just think that, concentrate on what has to happen in an emergency and let the board, the way it's set up now, with the powers to be, you get one vote on something. And you don't have to say on it. There could be 3 other people that don't agree with it. You can bring in the lawyer in on things.
Yep, all right.
One example in the past, I won't go there.
All right, thanks, Jerry. Mark?
I just hope if you do this, that you're very clear on exactly what you're gonna do. It might not be abused right now, but if we start down this road, 4 years from now, there could be another president that looks back and sets this exact night up as an example of wanting to move. I ask that you be very, very specific and not at all vague or broad reaching, because at some point, somebody's gonna sit in that chair again that wants to take advantage of things. And it would be horrible if doing this gave them a road to get there.
Sure. Well, at any time, a board can vote to give the president more authority than they currently have. So that's just another thing to keep in mind as well. Doug?
Right, and August is the anniversary of the flood. And that is a very good example of total chaos and misunderstandings and losing charge. Linda can attest to the total chaos that went on. It happened late in the afternoon, so it was dark. Custer County moved in a portable outfit there. Emergency took charge. They knew nothing about the town, anything. So they were in total command, and it was just total chaos. When daylight broke open, it was just nuts. We had houses that floated away down in my subdivision, water shooting 30 feet in the air. Couldn't get to my pickup to get keys, to get the tools to shut the mains off, to stop the bleeding. It was just full chaos. And it was simply because no one was in command for the city. And, it was a mess for 3-4 days. We finally brought the National Guard in. We had unexperienced operators and big cat loaders with teeth on the buckets, and They were coming up with telephone lines and culverts and everything else, and they were trying to clear part of the path. And DENR and the state and rural water, they will all confer that the person that should be in charge of the utilities and what's going on is your operator. This man is licensed and trained and understands the whole system. Water, sewer, where valves are, specific things to turn stuff off. This was a total disaster because that rule was not followed. And way too many chiefs and, not enough Indians to do the job. I actually had hired 3 or 4 people to go in with me the next day and turned every curb stop off in that development. And FEMA says, we kind of needed you at Katrina. These people were going back into their houses in 3 days. REA come in on Saturday, cleaned all the electrical boxes. Water was getting turned back on, samples taken to people. They actually went around to the houses and whether they were safe to really have it, or they marked some of them mistakenly. It was total chaos. That is a good example of what happens in a disaster. We've been very fortunate. We've not had any tornadoes here. But we have a couple of floods. I was here in the 1972 flood, and it's almost a 100% repeat of what happened years ago. So it's very important that you dedicate who's going to be handling the reins in the case of an emergency.
All right, thanks, Chuck. Ma'am.
I was here during the flood. Chuck handled it wonderfully. We were back in our homes in no time and appreciate it very, very much. We had a president at the time of the board that took command, and we were back in our homes and everyone did their job. Linda was out there, Dan was out there. Yes, we were in, but everywhere that there's a flood or a disaster, there is commotion and everyone's confused right when it happens. So it took a few days, but you know what? Everyone did their job and we were back in our homes. We didn't need anyone else or anyone given more authority. We had a president that took authority, and that's what we needed, at the time. And I'm sure that you would do the same thing because someone's going to listen to you. You don't need a board to tell you that you're the president and you can go out there and say, okay, the National Guard over here, or we were staying at a campground because someone opened up the campground for free, whoever can stay there. We took care of each other. We're only a town of 400 and we need to take care of each other. We don't need, we have authority here and authority there. This is the way Hermosa is supposed to be, is taking care of each other. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're getting close to the end of the discussion period, but I saw Jerry's hand and Aaron's hand, so let's close with these 2 final comments.
Yes, the reason I think it's necessity to actually say that the board president can do certain things during an emergency is because funds might need to be obligated and might be obligated now. The board president needs to be in writing so he knows he can do it. I mean, otherwise you're just doing it. You might have to call some big contract and boom, just like that. So here's the emergencies, and if it's in writing that you have that authority, and I see that's the only thing that needs to be changed on what your stuff that's going on. Nothing, be in control over the lawyer. That goes back to the whole board is given the right to obligate funds during the calm. But during in an emergency, you have the authority. That way, when you say do this, that contractor knows he's going to get paid because you have that authority in writing that you're gonna get paid. If he's not gonna come back and some board members say, well, you shouldn't have done that. Well, no, you have that authority to take an action and take control, I should say, like the past board president did. But you need to have it in writing, so people aren't saying you're overstepping it, and it's also legally protects you and the town and the contractors and whoever gets called into the work.
Okay, thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, it kind of feels like there's this sudden momentum towards coming with some kind of ordinance. This needs to be a very, very, very long thought about topic, not, oh, we need to have an ordinance ready in a month or two. No, this needs to be really long, really, really well thought out. And I wouldn't be surprised if
Emergency only.
I wouldn't be surprised if we might be better off taking the route of setting up a referendum on next ballot with some questions and say, would you like the board president to have this power or not? Would you like the board president to have that power or not? Would you like the board president to have that power or not? We can do that. And if there's already election going, it's pretty cheap. And that way, we're not paving a path to hell with good intentions.
Okay. All right, well, that was a good discussion, so thanks for everybody on participating. Let's move on to the final item in new business, prairie dogs on Tower Hill. So I was up there the other day and noticed that there's some prairie dogs that moved in and they gotta go. So Eric?
I got a trap for them, I can get them out.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'll handle it.
All right. I guess let us know how it goes. And if we need to, we can get somebody with a little more active approach, but.
I mean, hey, I'm hoping this is, I just haven't did those, pull out in the cage, I'll go right in.
Okay,
On the pole.
very good. Well, I think that's item is taken care of then, so I appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. So let's move on to items from constituents. You guys know the drill, so do we have any items out there, Joan?
Excuse me, I just like to say that, I talked to Eric earlier today that Black House Recovery is excited to be a part of whatever programs he comes up with, whether it be as volunteers or financial support or whatever he needs, because we do support education for our children and the citizens too, but we also encourage fun things for them like rodeos or whatever. And any ideas for what we're willing to talk about?
Okay, thanks, Joan. Is there a hand back there? Nope. All right. Jerry, then Chuck.
Well, we think I did 50 years in 3 minutes.
Uh-oh. Jerry's first, then Chuck. Yeah. Oh, I didn't.
Oh, stand and identify them to your style. Raise your hand if you did. Wait to be dressed, did, respect all. Okay. Limit to 3 minutes. One thing I would just like to go back and talk about is when they started talking about the licenses, Aaron brought up the point that it was, according to this, I'm going from Robert Rules. It was very, the conversation, I guess what I'm trying to say, should have ended when Aaron said that the other person wasn't notified. That individual wasn't even notified that this discussion was going to be on it. It just happened that another concerned citizen looked at the agenda and let her know. And you even said yourself that it's kind of hard to discuss, the one without the other. But being you didn't address the other and give the other equal opportunity, and, I'm not, me saying it, it's going to be on the camera. But 2 lawyers attacked an individual. And our lawyer, our town lawyer, needs to be non-biased, needs to be on one side. It really don't, when you watch the camera, watch them leave, watch them come in, watch one lawyer stand up and say, well, this is what he said should happen. It's kind of like they already made a decision
And that's not the way it should be. And that conversation, and that hopefully in the future, when the board member brings up something and says, no, we didn't we do this, we can't discuss it. The rest of the board needs to listen. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jerry. Chuck?
I was going to bring up the deal with John a little more detail. I think it's going to be a pretty fair asset that he's coming on board. He has experience and knowledge and engineering degree. And I worked with him hand in hand to resurrect treatment plant. Digging of the hole all the way to startup operation. And it's going to be an asset to have in here. And Linda's been here as a relic for 50 years.
Not quite that
In
long.
August of 1974, I was summoned to the town to fix a major water leak. And for 51 years, 51 years this month, I've been doing the town's dirt needs. So I think that slowly but surely, I still have a working contract with Finish that I will be overseeing water and sewer, and John will be tailing up if I should collapse. And I think it's going to be a good relationship. You know, in over 50 years, I could write 3 books on board members, attorneys. Just, in that amount of time, there's been 1,733 fires to put out. And it was left to mostly good judgment. A smart man told me one time that if you don't ever do anything, you won't make a mistake. So in 50 years, I've made a few mistakes. Good.
All right, well,
Thank you, Chuck.
yeah, I think,
Thank you, Jeff.
that pretty much covers what I was gonna say, so. Do you have one more quick comment, Harry?
No, I just wanted to make sure that Chuck was recognized and clapped.
All right, thank you.
Everybody be right?
All right, good.
Just say thank you to the board for getting our mosquitoes done.
Oh, good.
Aaron out there looking at our road so quickly after the last meeting. I'm very happy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, any others? Yeah, I don't see any trustee input. Any trustee input? Shannon, do you have any input?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'd just like to point out the reason for my nay vote or abstention on the liquor license. Was number one, our meeting next week is about next year's budget and our expenses. It's going to be a long, in-depth meeting, and I didn't see a need to turn that into a special meeting. Followed by kind of something Jerry pointed out as well, that the owner of that license that was in debate left town with the security from the board that we wouldn't bring that up until after or at the second meeting in September. And I think that we should abide by that. That was the reasoning there. And I do also, when it comes to the president's powers, have to open up a little can of worms. And Vicki Bull, I love you to death. And we all remember the leadership of the board. Board president took, that was actually Tony Bifocal was our board president at the time. And I want to make that clear only in discussions of giving a president power. And you're right, it's something if you give them power and they don't know what to do with that power later, you could really run into a problem. Because we've always ran on the grandfather system of, the board approved or the board president approves the agenda, clear down to he's the one you call in the emergency, he or she. And when that happened and there was all the confusion in the first few days, the board did have a special meeting, and which we would have the power to do now, and put Dan in charge, and that's how Dan took over on the flood there. And I guess the importance of me noting that is that the board does have that power and appointment, to appoint someone if we need to in an emergency, to handle it if we want to do it that way. And that our list maybe should be more on the simple things like approving the agenda, in charge of doing the phone polling with other board members to determine if the attorney is needed, and then being the one in charge to contact the attorney to let him know one way or the other if he's needed for the meeting. Or simple things like that, being the one to accept, the phone call from the office if someone is sick. You're the one notified first, and you can send the mass text to the other board members, so we're not all texting back and forth. More like the liaison, basically, to the rest of the board. Simple things like that, and maybe not so much emergencies when you put it in black and white, other than what's in our emergency plan, can come back and bite you if, like you said, with future presidents. So that's my comment. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Any other trustee input?
A lot of good discussion tonight.
It was a very good meeting. Sorry. Thanks, Chad.
Okay. Did you have an input, Aaron?
Yeah, thank you for coming, as always. It's great to see people come and participate and add dynamic to the conversation and perspectives. It's good. It's good to know. It seems like these days people are feeling more and more comfortable to participate in meetings. And I've heard that there was a time, I haven't want to always don't bring up the past. I've heard there was a time in the past when the town would come to meetings. So it's maybe those days are coming back. Maybe your people are reuniting. We'll see.
All right, Donna.
I just like, excuse me, I would like to comment on Jerry's comment on, I don't believe that discussion was meant to have. And everybody just kept bringing it around and around and around. And no, it shouldn't have happened, but it did happen because everybody keeps bringing it up. And it's too bad that her husband was here, but, but like I said, I don't think that it was not intended to be discussed.
Okay. All right, I don't really have any specific input, but thanks everyone for coming. I guess I'll go ahead and make the motion to enter executive session after a 3-minute recess. Anyone would like to second that if the board agrees?
Is it for legal, personnel, or contract?
Or personnel?
Thank you.
We need Marshall to be present, right? With that. I don't know if you need that in your motion.
I don't think so. Okay. So I made the motion,
I'll second.
Aaron seconds, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We'll start the executive session in 3 minutes.
After the executive session is over.
Yeah, if anybody wants us to notify you when we leave the executive session and resume the adjourning, if you're gonna be waiting out there, are there some people waiting out there for it to be done?
The question I'm asking is, are you gonna turn the cameras on? As soon as they say you're out of the executive session.
Yeah.
Then the cameras turn back on, so we'll be able to see
Turn 'em off
if it's a
now.
motion or not a motion. It's already discussed at that time, and see the meeting being called.
Yeah, once Terry, so what I do is I watch Terry, because she turns on her recorder to record the motions to enter and exit, so we'll get the motion to enter, she'll turn off her recorder, then she'll get ready to do the motion answer, and she'll turn it back, I've been trying to follow her.
And then
Guys,
another thing that
very clear. That you cannot, board members please be in- Right, right. So
No,
you'll have to
no, she knows that.
You can call them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that.
Yep, no, that's not a private unless,
Well, I have CRS. Yeah. It's kind of a long way.
We covered a lot of ground. Pretty quick. We gotta chase these guys out.
Hey, guys, we're gonna start the executive session pretty soon, so.
All right. This biggie jacket.
But I checked your comments, it's like a full walk.
Good.
Years of fall.
I guess I'll leave it here. Come back.
Alright. Nothing. But you smell it, it's just kind of weird.
It is weird.
But I did what I could. You might see where I drove up.
Yeah,
I
no,
really gentle when I go through your.
Yeah.
I make sure not to.
to make them
I'm
all.
gonna see if I can see anything.
Yeah, please do. Just when you find the back area, you look towards where you have those, wagons.
Yeah, my antiques up.
Yeah, it was in that whole section, all the way.
So I had to clip my ground. It was really tall on my fence line.
So,
Weird.
Or on that side.
Okay, I'll see what happened.
yeah.
Thank
You know.
you.
My neighbor's like, hold down, we're gonna have to. Sorry, we're bad. Sorry.
Mhm. Exactly. Mhm.
That's all that happened.
Go in there.
It's still on.
That's fine.
You,
All right.
you stopped the recording, did you, Aaron?
What?
You
No,
stopped-
so what I'll do is what I do is,
Why don't you just unplug everything too? Just to make sure.
so because they want it before and after,
It's not in the
so
bathroom.
I go there and then there. if somebody's ready to, I'll bring it up. Go ahead and make them. I will
I'm-
make a
I'm-
motion to exit executive
Wait,
session.
wait, let me turn it. Okay, back.
I will make a motion to exit executive session at 10:32 PM.
10:30.
10:30.
I'll say, oh. Took me a second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Any motion?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Well, let's go over to the door and see if anybody's here.
Oh, yeah. Got that.
Don't want your.
Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble again. That's good. No, thanks for reminding me. I did.
Well, you're supposed to exit executive session with the customers in here, with the customers.
These are in there. Customers.
Sorry, I haven't been in retail too many years.
Anybody there?
Here's some.
I think Dan Hall's the only one, he was just out here, I think he's gonna come back around.
Who?
Dan Hall. Oh, no.
That's an ugly bug.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion, we adjourn this meeting at
10:32.
I second.
Eric seconds, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion adjourned.